Supreme God, sovereign, adorable Jehovah, we give you all the praise for bringing all of us here from our respective units and chapters and homes safely to this place for another occasion like this. That you knew that this day will come, and because this day has come, you will make it smooth and successful for us in the name of Jesus Christ. We also pray that even our families who've left our home, we will go back to them, finding them in good state in the name of Jesus Christ. Let everything we will do within these times we're here also bring you glory and bring good successes to our union. We thank you because we know you have answered. We have prayed in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. May I also invite Comrade Mohammed Bandia from Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic, Birnin Kebi, to come over to the microphone and give us the Muslim prayers. Where is he?
In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful and the especially merciful, may you in your names help us in this our convention. May you help us have leaders who may uplift us positively, both in the polytechnic sector and the Nigerian nation. May you, Allah, help us have peace in all our endeavors. May you, Allah, help our past leaders or the outgoing leaders the best in their future endeavors. And may you give us the best hands to come on board to lift us as an institution and as a nation. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. Ya Allah, we seek your indulgence in everything we are doing. May you take us home safely. As you bring us here safely without any casualty, may Allah help us go back to our various homes peacefully. We thank you, Allah, for your mercy.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now take the national anthem. After the national anthem, we will take the labor anthem, and that will mark the beginning of this event. So the national anthem, can we all be in standing position as we take the national anthem? We take the solidarity song.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity liberty forever, for the Union makes us strong.
When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made, but the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
They have
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once more welcome us to the 17th National Delegate Conference of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP. 30 years down the line, this union was conceived, and we are where we are today, going through several years of struggles, years of progress, and we found ourselves at this level where we are today. I'm happy to announce to us that ASUP is one of the fastest growing unions, trade unions in Nigeria. And all the reports, the emblems are there for all of us to assess. And as we go into this event, I will be justified. Two of us will be anchoring this event today. The National Publicity Secretary of the Union, who is doing arrangements on the high table in the person of Comrade Abdullahi Yelwa. He is here, he will be anchoring this event with me. I am Dr. Clement Chirman, former National Publicity Secretary of this union, and we will be on course to lead us in the course of this program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the invited, almost all our invited guests are here, and I will want to introduce them and also call them to the high table. Let me start by calling to the high table the chairman of these opening ceremonies, someone whose name is well known in the polytechnic sector. He's a friend of ASUP, former rector, former executive secretary of the National Board for Technical Education. He was at the board for about 10 years. And recently, the federal government gave him a role that is important for us in the polytechnic sector. He recently chaired the Ministerial Committee on Roadmap for the Education Sector in Nigeria, and we believe good things are coming out of the report he has presented to the government. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I invite to the high table Engineer Dr. Nuru Yakubu, former ES National Board for Technical Education, who is the chairman of this occasion. You're welcome, sir. May I also invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education, the Director of Poly, polytechnic education in the ministry, in the person of Mr. Okonkwo Charles. He will also serve at this occasion as a special guest representing the permanent secretary. So the Federal Ministry of Education is fully represented. You're welcome, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the representative of the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education. He is here represented by a director at the board in the person of Dr. Musa Koko. You are welcome to the high table, sir. Let me also introduce a very special person. Those of us who know him knows the role he has continued to play for the polytechnic sector. This one individual who has shown enough love for the polytechnic sector, and I remember vividly the role he played, the passion he had when he was in office to ensure that our dream of having polytechnics mount degrees is accepted by the federal government. I introduce with honor Architect Bulama Waziri, the immediate past chairman of councils of federal polytechnics, who is here in our midst. This gentleman has pledged so much love for ASUP and the polytechnics, so that I want us to give him a rousing round of applause. You're welcome, sir. May I introduce Dr. Babangida Al-Baba, Director, NCITM Katsina. He is currently the chairman, co-heads. In Nigeria, you are also welcome to the high table, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the representative of the Registrar of the Trade Union, who is here as our special guest of honor in the person of Barrister Obioma. You are welcome to the high table. May I also introduce somebody that is well known in this sector. He has also demonstrated a lot of love for the polytechnic sector and has argued in favor of this sector. Former rector, Kwara State Polytechnic, former chairman, co-heads, and the current Secretary General of Co-Heads in the person of Dr. Masood Elelu. You're welcome, sir. We also have some people from the Office of the Registrar of the Trade Union that I would like to recognize, Mr. Paul Yakati and Mrs. Iwelike Agostina. They are also from the Office of the Registrar of the Trade Union. You are welcome to this important event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the history of this union is written on the effort of some of us. These were people that hold the anchor of this union when it mattered most. Members of the think tank of this union, former president of ASUP, those who started the union, those who went through the struggles, those who went through all sorts of inconveniences to take this union to where it is today. I will introduce them in the order of hierarchy and the era in which they served. May I, with due honor, introduce former chairman of ASUP, Comrade Yomi Otuobi, the president of ASUP, Comrade Yomi Otuobi. I believe he's in the hall. Comrade Yomi Otuobi, he should be properly accommodated. Please give him the seat he deserves. Comrade Otuobi was president of ASUP from 1997 to 2001. Comrade, welcome. May I also introduce former president of ASUP, Comrade Dr. Sylvester Mama, who served the union from 2002 to 2005. Please give him proper seat. Let me introduce Comrade Dr. Mohammed Omar Kibia, former president of this union and current GBT rector of Kano State Polytechnic. Please take your seat. In the same order here present, may I introduce my Oga at the top, Comrade Chubuzo Asmuga, former president of this union. He's from the Federal Polytechnic Oko in Anambra State. I will like our friend Comrade Usman Yusuf Duse, former president of the union from 2015 to 2018, to take his proper seat very close to Asmuga. You're welcome, sir. Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have former national officers of this union. Those who served, they are no longer serving. They are all in this hall. I can see a lot of them. Former vice president, in this era, secretary general, publicity secretary, zonal coordinator. They are all here. Please, wherever we are, can we stand up for recognition? Former national officers of this union. Yes. These wonderful veterans, God bless all of you. This is a trade union, and we are friends to other unions. We've invited all the other unions to come and participate in this event with us. It is with due honor that I introduce Professor Kashim Umar, the representative of the President of Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASUP. He's saying, please, you can come forward, sir, to take your proper seat. Welcome, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, in standing position, we are going to usher to the high table the young man who has transformed ASUP, the young man whose brilliance, whose sense of intelligence, creativity has taken ASUP to where we are today. The sitting president of ASUP, Comrade Anderson Izebe. Let us welcome him in standing position as he takes his seat on the high table. The President, you are... Yes. We can be seated. I may not invite all the other members of the Council of National Officers to the high table because of our space, but I will have to recognize them formally. When I call your name, you can stand up for recognition. Let me recognize Comrade Mohamed Bate, the Vice President of ASUP. Let me also introduce Comrade Shama Panja, the Secretary General of ASUP. Let me introduce Comrade Sabiu Abdullah Yau, the Treasurer of the Union. Comrade Tongwei Thompson, the Assistant Secretary General of the Union. I introduce Comrade Abdullah Yolwa, the Publicity Secretary of the Union. Yolwa is here. Comrade Chika Ogowa, the Financial Secretary. Comrade Adekunle Nuruddin, the Internal Auditor. Dr. Kasim Ibrahim, Zonal Coordinator, Zone A of the Union. My own Zonal Coordinator, the Zonal Coordinator of Zone B, ASUP, Comrade Simji Innocent Lumpe. Comrade Engineer Yakini Nurini Asafe, Zonal Coordinator, Zone C. Comrade Precious Nwakodo, Zonal Coordinator, Zone D. Mr. Chairman, sir, as we earlier said, this is the National Delegate Conference of the Union, and we have delegates from all the polytechnics that are in ASUP from across the Federation gathered here for this event. This event usually comes up once in 2 years. The biggest decision-making body of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics. It is here we review the activities of the union. It is also here we measure our progress and elect new leaders. So this is a very strong tradition in ASUP that whenever we gather with pride, we gather with love for our sector, and we gather because it is important for us to come. I hereby welcome us all to this event, and I want to give you the assurance that we will work to ensure we follow the program religiously and end up at the appropriate time. The program of events is on page 14 of the program booklet. We will continue to introduce our guests as they come. Those as they come, we will introduce them. May I now take us to program number 5, where we will call on the chairman of these opening ceremonies in the person of the former executive secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, in the person of Engineer Dr. Nuru Yakubu to come over to the microphone and give us the chairman's opening remark. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on an occasion like this, one is really, truly and sincerely overcome by all kinds of emotions. When the MC was making comments at the early stages, he mentioned that ASUP is now, how many years? 30 years. And I recall that 30 years ago, I was, that would be what? That would be 1993. I was the director, College of Engineering, and also Deputy Rector, Administration in Kaduna Polytechnic. And that was the time, I believe, one of your early colleagues who has departed a long time ago, Hadi Awal. He was one of the founding members of ASUP. A couple of years after that, I became rector in 1996. But even before then, we have had a lot of interactions with your colleagues. Some of them, I see them here as former presidents. So I want to really thank the ASUP president, Dr. Anderson Ezeibe, for inviting me and making sure, because he, I hadn't forgotten, I had already made up my mind I was going to come, but he kept calling me every 48 hours whether I would be here. And I assured him that, look, I am a three-legged animal now, 2 legs in Abuja, 1 in Kaduna, and I would be here. So it's a very long protocol, but I would just like to recognize a few and stand on the existing protocols as established with regard to the others. First, the representative of the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, my former colleague in MBT. He was also a unionist, and we also had our own issues, and you know the usual things between management, but all positive in the same direction, because the objective is to improve the condition of, first, the sector and the people working and running the sector. I would also like to recognize Mr. Okonkwo Charles, the representative of the Director, Polytechnics Department, the Federal Ministry of Education. And of course, Architect Bula Mawaziri, a very forthright and highly distinguished politician, academic, former chairman of chairmen of governing councils of federal polytechnics. The short interaction we had while sitting here, in fact, was quite exciting because at some stage I had to sit and look left and right to make sure that I was not speaking with the president of ASUP, because really some of the views that he expressed are quite impressive, radical, and things that we all wished would be happening in our country. I recognize the chairman of the co-heads and the other former chairman of co-heads, in particular Dr. Masoud Elelu, a colleague and friend, and still friends. Our paths keep crossing. Each time I go to the liaison office in MBT, I think he's somewhere there. And of course, the president of ASUP and former presidents of ASUP. Dr. Anderson really has done so much for the sector. A couple of years ago, I had the privilege and the opportunity also to work with him on the research development committee established by the TED Fund. And we were in the same group, mining, petroleum, and minerals. And he did quite a lot of to justify his nomination on that committee, always with an angle and perspective for the Polytechnic. I think Dr. Anderson is one really shining star for the Polytechnic sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have noted the theme of this conference. And a few months ago, I had the rare privilege to chair the roadmap committee for the development, or rather the committee for the development of a roadmap for the education sector for Nigeria. I don't know why I was selected. I had never seen the honorable minister in my life previously. So I kept wondering who and who must have conspired to make sure that my name was put forward. But it was really a privilege and an opportunity. And I thought that it's a clear message to the Polytechnic sector in particular, but the TVET sector in general, that this government really wants to do something for technical vocational education as a whole. And of course, the apex of that sector is the polytechnics. So when I saw the title of this biennial conference, rather the theme, Identity Crisis and Existential Threat to Polytechnic Education in Nigeria, Issues and Perspectives. I said, personally, I would not characterize the situation as an existential threat. Because personally, I don't like to accentuate this perception that there is a crisis of identity in our sector. Yes, there's crisis, but of development. Because if you look at the history of the polytechnics, or in fact of polytechnic education globally, what we are going through, to me, is a natural progression, not a crisis of existence. We know that polytechnic education started in England in the 19th century, metamorphosed in the 1960s to an aspect of their higher education as polytechnics, because of the increased demand for higher education in England in particular. But the polytechnics were different. They differed from the universities in like 3 or 4 aspects. One, they somewhat required lower entry qualification than the universities in the 1960s. They offered mainly sub-degree programs that were less academically rigorous, but more practically and vocationally oriented. They also had very close links with the British industry. And they did limited research, but applied in nature, practical. This subsequently came to be known as the binary division. The university sector, the polytechnic sector of higher education. And you can see the parallel. That is exactly what happened in the British colonies, in our own particular area in West Africa. Higher education actually started, as you know, with the University College, Ibadan, which was affiliated to the University of London. And incidentally, some of you may recall from history that the first set of students, about 100 and something, that opened the University of Ibadan were all drawn from Yaba Higher Institute or Higher College. Actually, Yaba College gave birth in terms of students to the University of Ibadan. I think in 1948 or something like that. So you can see a parallel between polytechnic education and university education in Britain and its colonies. Later on, this binary divide became blurred as the polytechnics in the UK started offering degree programs, and the universities also, which is not emphasized in the UK, started going also into more and more vocational training, professional. So the line became blurred. And by 1992, there was an act of parliament, I think higher further education, which now empowered the polytechnics in the UK to assume university status, and they all building universities. So to me, and this trend has been going on in in most British families with the polytechnics. Either remaining, some of them, like in South Africa, they went through what they call technicons. Like in Ghana now, they call them technical universities. So I don't see it as an existential crisis, but more as an evolutionary process. My own personal take, honestly, is that polytechnics in Nigeria have matured enough to offer their own degree programs. And I will give you a practical example, something that we witnessed, not theory, not history that we read. When the Kaduna State government decided to establish Kaduna State University, overwhelming majority of the technical staff were actually academic staff from technical technique. It's our own staff of that time that led to the takeoff of Kaduna State University. Tell anybody. I was there. Kaduna Polytechnic, for example, many people are not aware of this, has been running the B.Ed technical in its entirety since 1984. How many years now? 40 years has been running the Bachelor of Education technical. 40 years. In its entirety, staff of quality, workshops, laboratories, but in affiliation first, some say with ABU later on, because of we realized there are challenges with competence. We moved to Federal University of Technology in Mina because ABU was not offering the Bachelor of Education Technical. So we felt that you cannot affiliate with a program that is not being offered by the university. But the point is that polytechnics are mature enough to offer their own degree programs. And I'm sure those of you that have had opportunity to see what we have done in the roadmap, we have included that aspect. We put it, and somebody, I'm not mentioning his name, it was, told me, you put this thing. I said, yes, I put that thing. And then you put another thing. I said, yes, I put the other thing as well. The other thing being, I'm sorry, just to say, honestly, part of the evolution, based on my experience, given the kind of load and the new mandate of MBTE, there should be also a commitment. This is nothing to do with any particular individual or the commission. For example, now, NBT now has, even without the National Vocational Qualifications Framework, has over 600 institutions. And that, in fact, is not even enough. Because the number of technical colleges that NBT accredits is far, far, far too small if you really want to make meaningful impact in Tibet at that critical level. So anyway, I'm not here to give a lecture. I always say that I forget sometimes that I'm an engineer and engineers don't talk a lot. But I think my stay in administration has made me to be talkative. So you will pardon me. But really, I felt that I should share my views to you and to say that I am delighted to be back among you, among friends, colleagues, to be home. And I wish you an excellent and very fruitful interaction, this biennial delegates conference, and I have no doubt this, what will come out will be in the best interest of the sector. So you are most welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we can do better. Let's pull our hands together.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the occasion. We are aware of your deep knowledge of the sector, and we knew that whenever you are invited to come here, you will talk and talk passionately for the sector. Let me put it on record that what you have been doing for this sector will be remembered in years to come. We are very much grateful. God bless you, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Senior Staff Union of Colleges of Education in Nigeria, Sukwan, is here. Please, wherever you are, can you stand up for recognition? Yes, I've also been told that the president of ASUP is represented at this event. The representative can please stand up for recognition for ASUP. Yes. Do I have a seat for you? The president of SANIP is also represented at this occasion. The president of SANIP, with the representative, should please stand up for recognition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of us, former chairman of ASUP, Federal Polytechnic Damatru in Yobe State, who eventually served as rector, the immediate past rector of Federal Polytechnic Okana Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Udo Ikepe is here. Can you stand up for recognition? The voice is the voice of the unionists. The management content has not changed. The tradition. You are welcome. Let me put it on record that this 17th National Delegates Conference is hosted. It's been hosted by a chapter, the Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic Birni Kebbi. The event is only taking place here. May I call on the chairman of that chapter to stand up for recognition? He's our host, the chairman of Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic. He's outside? Okay. But he needs to be here because we are on program number 6. And he should come over to the microphone to give us the welcome remark. Okay, while we wait to have the chairman, our host chairman, to welcome us. Okay. But before that, let me recognize our delegates from all the zones. when I call you zone, all the delegates from the zone will stand up for recognition. May I call all the delegates from Zone A of ASUP to be in standing position. Let us recognize them, give them a round of applause. I can see among them former National Secretary General of the Union, Engineer Professor Mamaki Penny, seated there, and Dr. Nda Umar. All of them are here. Let us give them a round of applause. Zone A. Peter Gerber. Wow. Former Provost. Everybody is here. Thank you very much. May I invite all the delegates from Zone B. Zone A in ASU comprises all the states in northwest Nigeria and Niger State. May I invite all our delegates from Zone B, my own son, to be in standing position for recognition. Zone B comprises all the states in north central and northeast of Nigeria, including Abuja. I can see they are being led by former President Usman Duse, current Secretary General Shama Banja, and my Oga in my own institution, Comrade Victor Dauro, former National Publicity Secretary of the Union, and all the others. You are welcome. Thank you very much. All our delegates from Zone C, can you be in standing position for recognition? Zone C. Zone C. Wow, let us give them one round of applause. Zone C comprises all the states in southwest Nigeria. You are welcome to this event. Please, you can sit down. Let me invite all our delegates from Zone D. Zone D. Wow, they are unique. They are unique. Zone D is the zone of the President of the Union. And the former President, Comrade Asmuga. Zone D comprises all the states in the southeast and south-south of Nigeria. You are all welcome to this event. Among them, my predecessor, Chris Ikoro, former National Publicity Secretary of the Union, and former Secretary of the Union, Comrade S.I. Okonko. Everybody is there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of time, may I invite the first chairman of Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic, Birni Kebbi, Dr. Zubairu Bashar, to please come over to the microphone and give us the welcome remark. The chairman.
Great ASU. Great ASU. Great ASU. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Mr. President, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. On behalf of the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, Dr. Nasir Idris Gorangodu, as well as my rector, Dr. Usman Salitunga, We want, as well as all the staff and community of Waziri Omar Federal particularly, including my chairman seated here, chairman of governing council and chairman of the governing council, the outgoing council, Blama Waziri, Ak. I sincerely want to thank each and every member seated here for finding us worthy to grant us this hosting right. The school, we know it's a very small institution, but a lot of factors were put into consideration for the hosting that has been given to us. So on behalf of my governor and on behalf of my rector, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks for the opportunity. And for the dignitaries that honored our invitation, we also want to thank you very much for finding time, despite your tight schedules, to make this thing a successful. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to one of the most important moments of this event. That is the time we will all sit down quietly to listen to the President of this union. Okay, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the President of the Union, a young man who started as a student union leader. He graduated to chairman of Federal ASUP, Federal Polytechnic, Nekede. He was zonal coordinator of Zone D. He later served as the Secretary General of the Union and capped it up with the position of the President of the Union. Those who have been following the trends of his leadership will have to accept the fact that the choice was wise. You have created a very big shoe for the union, and I believe that ASUP today is being counted because of the effort you put in. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Comrade Anderson Izebe, President of ASUP, for his address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shriman. The chairman of this occasion, the very passionate former executive secretary of MBTE, Engineer Dr. Nuri Yakubu, the executive secretary of MBTE here represented, the immediate past chairman of governing councils of federal polytechnics in Nigeria, our very good friend, architect Waziri Bulama, the chairman of COHEX and rector of NSITM Katsina, the immediate past rector of Federal Polytechnic Ukana and former chairman of ASUP, Federal Polytechnic Damaturu. Yes, I forgot that the Federal Ministry of Education is represented here by my very good friend, Mr. Okoko. The Secretary General of COHEX. COHEX is now assuming the shape of a trade union. They now have Secretary General and former rector of Kwara State Polytechnic. Thomas Elelu. My colleague, president of sister trade unions, tertiary education sector, president of ASUP, represented president of ASUP, President and President of SUCOE, Senior Staff Union Authorities of Education in Nigeria, former President of ASUP, 40 hours here present, distinguished delegates from different parts of the country, and not forgetting the Registrar of Buildings, because we don't recognize him represented here, then this program will be propagated really from their own angle. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of press, mine is not yet an address, because the address, State of the Union address, is actually meant for delegates, and that will be at the plenary. I'm here actually to welcome you, to welcome remarks to the 17th Biennial National Delegates Conference of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics in Nigeria. And this year's National Delegates Conference is unique. Unique in the sense that this is the very first time our union is holding a National Delegates Conference at the Federal Capital Territory in Nigeria. And of course, it is hosted by the Waziri Borough Federal Polytechnic in Kenya, and of course, the ASUP National Secretariat. And what it shows, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is that there is real synergy in our union. We're a working group. We find joy collaborating, working together for the growth of our sector and our union. The theme for this year's NDC, even though the chairman has his own perspectives, and that is why we are an academic trade union, identity crisis and existential threat to polytechnic education in Nigeria, issues and perspectives. The lecture actually, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we introduced an intellectual dimension to our National Delegates Conferences. And the lecture series was instituted in honor of one of our former presidents, Mohammed Ali Kabir, formerly of Federal Polytechnic movie. And in 2021, we lost him in 2021 on his way to a union assignment. And since then, we instituted this lecture series in his honor. And this year's lecture will be delivered by the Executive Secretary of MBT, himself, Professor Idris Ugaje, and he is represented here by the Director of the National Board for Technical Education. And it is all aimed at drawing the attention of the world to the challenges that polytechnic education, skill education at the tertiary level is facing in Nigeria. The issue of existential threat, yes, we are undergoing a transition, an evolution, so to speak. But while we talk about the existential threats, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's because the highest level of certification that Nigerian polytechnics are allowed to honor today is floating without an identity. And that is why we refer to it as an identity crisis and an existential threat. Because if the level of certification that has enabled us to be classified as tertiary institutions is not recognized by the public sector, is undermined by the private sector, then you will agree with me that we are facing an existential crisis, an identity crisis, because we don't know whether we are tertiary institutions or sub-tertiary institutions. We very believe, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that we have the requisite manpower and infrastructure currently, even as it is, to occupy a space in the nation's tertiary education landscape. And if we are not recognized as such through the quality of our certification, then it means that we are devalued. The same way, unfortunately, our nation's currency has been devalued by about 80% in the last few months. That is the same way that the Nigerian private sector, public sector have reduced the value that polytechnic education has to offer for the Nigerian state. About this, if you look at the folder, what we have on the table there, you will see the proceedings of a particular program, an advocacy roundtable organized by our union, where we interrogated the future of the Nigerian polytechnic system. That was 2 years ago. And our union is not tired of talking about the system. We make bold to say today that we are the gatekeepers of the Nigerian polytechnic system. And we are not going to let our guards down. We will continue to promote polytechnic education. We are not asking to be converted to universities, no. We are asking to be accorded the right level of respect that we have and over the years, and that intellectuals who have found themselves serving this nation in the Nigerian polytechnic space should be recognized as such. And we don't think that we are asking for what the Nigerian state cannot offer or cannot give to us. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the 17th National Delegates Conference of our union. Our trade union operates within the Nigerian polytechnic sector or space. And over the years, we have evolved into a union that is to be reckoned with or that is reckoned with through our own activities, driven by advocacies with respect to policy changes, legal frameworks, curriculum review, and of course, welfare of our members. We cannot take that away. And all of this is to ensure that the main essence of establishing polytechnic education in Nigeria, the content of the national policy on education, the assignment given in that particular document to Nigerian polytechnics, that Nigerian polytechnics should execute that mandate in the service of this nation. And that this sector will become relevant in the national space and can compete at the global stage. That is our dream. That is why we fight. That is why we fight. Everything that we are doing, all our activities, this is the melting pot of all our activities. And to this end, I want to use this occasion to appreciate the presence of partners in all of this. The National Board for Technical Education, at this time, it looks as if we have a replica of Engineer Dr. Nuru Yakubu, Professor Idris Bugajes, another very passionate Executive Secretary of the MBT, currently serving. Unfortunately, he sent his apologies. The Federal Ministry of Education, the Honorable Minister would have been here. I spoke with him, both him and the Permanent Secretary, but unfortunately, the National Council on Establishment and National Council on Education, they are all holding simultaneously now in Lagos and Bauchi, respectively. And so, both of them are not around, and including most of the directors in the Federal Ministry of Education. The co-heads leadership over time, they have become partners, or the partners, we say the ones that they cannot be able to say, we say those that they would have said to. The former chairman of government councils, Akademi is now very well associated with the Nigerian polytechnic system. But the Federal Polytechnic Union is not the first institution, the first polytechnic where he has served in the governing council. He has also been in the council of Akademi Federal Polytechnic, Wana, and I can let you know without any fear of contradiction that he's one man who has a heart for polytechnic education in Nigeria, and we are honored to have him here with us. My colleagues in the trade unions, the president of ASUP, in recent times, this collaboration is really growing. ASUP has been inviting us to their national delegates conferences. The one that was organized in Jos, we are invited, and we are very glad that Professor Sodeke is here represented. So we are very grateful, Comrade Professor, for your presence, and extend our regards to him. The president of Senior Staff Union in Colleges of Education Nigeria, my very good friend, he always likes to have us around him. He's a strong advocate of synergy amongst the trade unions in Nigeria's tertiary education landscape. And then my brother, the president of COASU, Dr. Smart Obubeko, ably represented by the Secretary General of that union, Dr. Basha, Baza, rather, is here. And then the president of SANI, Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics, is also represented at this event. So, brothers, we are very grateful for the partnership he extended to us within this period. We also thought it wise that we would invite, because this union is also a training ground, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This union is a training ground, and we are demonstrating that now by producing rectors in different polytechnics in the country. So we are already given the opportunity to come and practice what we are preaching. And that is why we invited some of them. Unfortunately, a lot of them, there is a budget defense going on at the National Assembly. And so a lot of them are not here, apart from Dr. Okepe, who just served out a few weeks ago as the rector of Federal Polytechnic, Okana. He was an ASUP chairman when he was at Federal Polytechnic, Damaturu. And today, we have quite a number of them. We have the rector of Federal Polytechnic, Oka. He's the former chairman of ASUP. We have the current rector of Federal Polytechnic, Ida. He's also a former chairman of ASUP in that particular institution. The current rector of State Institute of Technology, was the former chairman of ASUP. If you take a look at that position that you have, you're going to see that we have contributed, we have trained people in this union who are today administrating some of our polytechnics. And of course, the jury is out on them with respect to their performance. I want to thank you all. At this particular NDC, we expect to review the progress of our union, particularly in the midst of the very difficult operating environments that we found ourselves in. We're going to review our progress. We're going to interrogate what is happening, particularly in the areas of administration, regulation of our polytechnics, and every other activity that that has something to do with our polytechnics. And then we are going to cap it up by electing a new set of dedicated men and, by the grace of God, women who will lead this union for the next 2 years. Yes, I said by the grace of God, women, because since 2011, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our story has not been good in this direction. We've not had a female national officer since 2011. And I know that we have dedicated female academics in the Nigerian polytechnic system, and particularly unionists. And I can see that they are coming up. Now we have about 3 chapter chairmen who are females within our union. So we are making progress in that direction, and I know that someday we are going to have some of them up here. And like I said, by the time we're closing tomorrow, we will be reunited, reinvigorated for the challenges ahead. We have also done our bit in trying to ensure that the direction of this union in the next 10 years will be predictable by all the members who developed a strategic plan, a 10-year strategic plan for our union. And that is going to be the direction of leadership, the direction of interrogation, the direction of expectations for our union. And this is also part of what will be discussed at this National Delegates Conference. As I close, let me really appreciate using this opportunity. I didn't tell him I was going to appreciate him in this way in public. And I hope he is not going to feel embarrassed. And I would like to say that Engineer Dr. Nuru Yakubu has been very helpful. And when I read in the daily that he was appointed the chairman of a committee that was to develop a roadmap for the education sector 2024 to 2027, that is in this current administration, I had to call him. I called him to find out whether it is true. Yes, because for the first time, we are seeing someone from the polytechnic sector being given such a very important assignment. So I was surprised, and then I called him. I said, he said that the way you are seeing it, just like he said that nobody contacted him, he has not met the minister before, and he did not fail us. He lived up to expectations. And just like he said here, we have a document that we can use to hold this government to account going forward. The degree awarding status is included in that roadmap to 2024-2027 for Nigeria Polytechnics, and the establishment of a National Polytechnics Commission is also included here with a timeline of 2025 to be established. So we are very grateful, sir, for all your efforts alongside with your team, and history will judge you right. And we pray that God will continue to strengthen you for greater service to this sector and to the nation at large. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you once again to this National Delegates Conference. Thank you so much for coming. Good luck to see you back to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much. He deserves more than that. No other person than the President of ASUP. Very articulate, with deep knowledge of issues. We are happy having you as the President of the Union. Mr. Chairman, the President has spoken, and he has elaborated most of the things you said in your opening speech. We will be waiting for the lectures where we believe the lectures will interrogate the identity of the polytechnic sector. I believe also that this sector must not, the education sector in Nigeria must not continue to live in the past. We can't continue to judge our graduates by the name of the environment where they take their certificates, HND, PhD, and then we create dichotomy. HND, you are not qualified. I think that one is in the past. The current trend is to judge people by what they can do and not the name of the environment that produced their certificates. I think the lecturers will be able to interrogate this very well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the most important moment of this event, the declaration of the NDC Open. We will have this particular function be performed by no any other person than someone who knows the sector very well, someone who has contributed so much to the polytechnic sector. May I, with due honor, invite Architect Ulama, former chairman of Councils of Federal Polytechnics in Nigeria, to come over to the microphone and declare the 17th National Delegate Conference of the Academic Staff Union of the Polytechnics in Nigeria open.
Of Education, MBTE, and all stakeholders in the polytechnic sector, comrades and compatriots and delegates that have come to attend this 17th National Delegates Conference. Good morning. Before I declare the 17th National Delegates Conference on behalf of the Governor of Kebbi State. Mr. Chairman, sir, may I seek your kind indulgence to make a few remarks? I've been deeply engaged in the last 3 years with a great deal of honor with the leadership of ASUP and the polytechnic sector in general. After I left the office of National Secretary of the APC in 2020, Mr. President appointed me to chair the Governing Council of Waziri Umaru Federal Polytechnic. In my first council meeting, I also had the fortune of meeting Comrade Anderson Ezebe and his team, Comrade Usman Duse, and all our comrades in the executive who had gone to Kebbi State to have interaction with the Emir of Gwandu to lay before him the issues surrounding the impasse that ASU was facing. I suspended the council meeting, I invited him in, and that was the first time I met him. So the way Comrade Anderson and his colleagues presented their case really created a huge buy-in and support from us. I noticed that the issues he and his colleagues canvassed are general issues that affect the education sector in general, and issues that have to do with the improvement of the polytechnic sector in general. It is not issues that have to do with the welfare, not limited to the welfare and the interests of ASU, the academic side, alone. And I found that to be very patriotic, and it is a sign of good leadership. And from then on, we promised to collaborate with him to advance these courses and this interest and these demands he's making. And thank God, we played a great role in coordinating and in following up these issues that he canvassed for among all the stakeholders, the Ministry of Education, the MBTE, and also one other thing that I did to promote collaboration was, after being elected as chairman of the Governing Council, committee of chairman of Governing Councils by the chairman of all the polytechnics. And you know, the chairman of polytechnics this time around, and as severally asserted by Comrade Ezebe, was made up of very highly placed, distinguished Nigerians. Professor, for instance, Godwin Sogolo of Nasarawa State Polytechnic, the Federal Polytechnic Nasarawa, or the chairman of Yabatek in the person of Prince Latif Fagbemi, who is currently the Minister of Justice. And all of them are distinguished, you see, Nigerians. So they elected me well to run errands. I wouldn't say well, because most of them are far in terms of standing within the Nigerian society than myself. So I called a meeting of all the chairmen of governing councils here in Abuja. I also invited the leadership of ASU to a meeting. We had a very good interaction, and the problems of individual polytechnics as well as general problems of all the polytechnics were put forward before these leaders. And going forward, the committee of chairmen called meeting of all directors in a bid to also promote industrial harmony in each of the polytechnics, to know the problems of each of these polytechnics, to know problems of general nature and individual ones to these polytechnics, to mediate in crisis, set up committees to intercede and mediate to bring about peace and harmony. We did all this. We also work with ASUP closely in their, between them and the Federal Ministry of Education, and we did quite a lot in that regard. And going forward, the federal government also appointed me to chair the renegotiation of agreements of the 2010 agreements. The 2010 agreements needed to be reviewed. So a committee was set up, and I was privileged to be appointed chair. And there too, was a platform where we made a lot, with the president of ASUP and the leadership of ASUP, and we interrogated most of the problems and most of the issues carried in the previous agreements in 2010 and tried to update. We've done quite a lot, and with the work of the committee had not ended, had not been brought to a closure, but we understood the problems besetting, the polytechnic sector, the issues, the key issues in contention, and we've done a lot in advancing the agreements, to reach an agreement that is current and that is really reformative. And I also participated in the committee set up by the Federal Ministry of Education to manage the funds released for the rehabilitation of the polytechnics. And along the line too, you see, there was this 30 billion or 15 billion pledged by the federal government. But we also work closely with the Federal Ministry of Education, particularly the former Honorable Minister Malang Adamu, to ensure that more funds are allocated for rehabilitation in the 2023 budget. And all this, and I also participated in the advocacy roundtable for the future of polytechnics in Nigeria and many other programs pursued by the ASUP. We have we've really improved on collaboration, coordination to promote the cause of the polytechnics and the issues being pursued by Comrade Anderson and his colleagues. And the key thing that I want to thank Comrade Anderson and his executive and all of you here is the fact that you've been able to show leadership, you've been able to show patriotism in ensuring that there is stability in the polytechnic sector. I mean, this is compared to the crisis that beset, the other sectors, the other tertiary education sectors. What we witnessed in the polytechnic sector was maturity, patriotism, and caution. And indeed, you see, while this lasted, I mean, we were able to also achieve quite a lot quietly, through collaboration. And that is how purposeful leadership, purposeful advocacy is supposed to do. We are, in this country, on a general note, we are facing very serious crises in the economy and in other sectors. And this crisis, failure of several policies, over the years, and rising demands, increasing demands on our nation and our nation's economy. And this burden that all of us carry, cannot be solved by, just, no one can have an answer. It can only be solved through understanding, through advocacy, through collaboration. So I want to thank you once again, comrades, because the understanding you showed the leadership of Comrade Anderson and the confidence you showed him made it possible, for us in the polytechnic tertiary sector to have industrial peace, and harmony, even as we advance the cause that we all believe in. And in his opening remarks, the chairman talked about this, commenting on the crisis of identity. Well, while his position, both positions of the theme of the conference, as well as the observations made by the chairman, Dr. Nuru, Engineer Dr. Nuru, are all correct. But I want to also say that over the last 40 years, the Nigerian economy collapsed from a medium-income nation to a low-income nation. All our factories that are supposed to be producing, that are supposed to be engaging skilled hands from our polytechnics, they all, packed up. They all closed shop. And even as currently, as you can see, I mean, it was in the news yesterday that about 15 multinational companies, have left Nigeria because the enough condition for enabling production is not there. So this is a problem suffered by all of us. But going forward, I believe that the economy itself, with the policies being pursued now more vigorously and more seriously by the governments, the economy will pick up. Electricity supply will improve, which will impact on production. There will be more resources invested in infrastructure. And I believe these are all going to create opportunities for employment for our polytechnics. Clearly, those people in the productive sector, they earn more than other people who are in administration or just doing theory work. Clearly, in the 70s and the early 80s, employers used to wait at the gate of polytechnics to employ and engage polytechnics, and they pay them better, in those productive sectors where they are engaged. Because I personally look at it, I am a graduate of a university. I picked my first degree in ABU 40 years ago in architecture. I'm a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. I'm a practicing architect. I design and I build. And I come from an engineering family. My senior brother was president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and president of Koren. So I know the construction and engineering sector, the productive sector of this economy very, very deeply. And my role in politics, having risen to Nigerian, the president, the national secretary of the APC, and at the moment, a member of the board of trustees of the APC, makes me look at issues broadly, and extensively across the country. The issues are that with patience and with reasoned advocacy and with reasoned commitment, I believe that we will be able to resuscitate, where we will be able to raise the opportunities, for the polytechnic sector in this country very soon. Because everything that we produce and everything that we couple up together, to build our houses, to build our schools, to build our roads, to build our refineries, these are all skills that are not available here at the moment. Or the skills that we have are not properly utilized or are not suited for employment in all these areas. Professor Bugaje of the MBT talks passionately about these issues. The need to give emphasis to the polytechnic sector to bring out skills necessary for us to engage, in our productive sector, so as to turn around our economy. Sometimes the way he talks with passion, I say, well, you don't even look like an administrator appointed by government. You look like an outsider, talking about almost, one sees his concern so much that you'll appear as if he's even criticizing the government of the day, where he's also part of. But all this is his passion. He is a visionary. He knows really what is possible for us if we support the polytechnic sector. So on this note, I want to assure you that we will remain committed to the course that ASUP is pursuing. At all levels, we will remain friends of ASUP. We will remain in every way committed to working with all the stakeholders in the polytechnic sector, wherever we find ourselves, because the solution to Nigeria's change lies in bringing out skills for production maintenance. And it is only the polytechnics that can give us this. While we are pursuing this, I also want to advise that our emphasis, instead of looking at parity or superiority with administrators and analysts and so on, because whatever is the person's level of qualification, if he cannot produce something, if he cannot couple something, he is just a theorist. But polytechnics produce people who are skilled and who can produce and manage and maintain. So while we are doing this, I want to advise on three things. Number one, I really want us to pursue ICT training, to strengthen ICT training in our polytechnic. This is very important. The second issue is that I want to advise that we should demand for and get more funding, for our laboratories, particularly where skills are imparted. We should boost skills training by strengthening our laboratories and our workshops in our polytechnics. We have to demand for that, because you see, once we can produce skilled hands that can give us the required skills necessary for anything, who can challenge the polytechnics graduates, who can tell them that they are not superior. The third thing is, I want us to emphasize on entrepreneurship in all the things that we do, because entrepreneurship gives the capacity, the confidence to set up business. You know, the financial skills and the management skills, the organizational skills to set up businesses, to become self-employed, or even as you are doing your lecture, you can set up a small water processing thing by your in your backyard, or a poultry, in your garden, or plant some crops and so on, and how to manage and market and produce and so on. So these three things are very, very important while we pursue the advocacy and the improvement of general things for the polytechnic sector. So on this note, on behalf of the hosts, the Federal Waziri Umar Federal Polytechnic Building Kebbi, the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, who is supposed to chair, or who is supposed to open here, Kauran Gwandu, I, architect Waziri Ulama, fellow Nigerian Institute of Architects, hereby declare the 17th National Delegates Conference of ASUP open. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, please can we give him a standing ovation? Let us give him a standing ovation, please. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take program number 12 before coming to 11. Without any waste of time, we will invite our guest lecturer who will make his presentation to us in the next 30 minutes. The guest speaker is no other person than the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, in the person of Professor Idris Bugaji, who is represented here by Dr. M.H. Koko, a director at the National Board for Technical Education. Sir, it is time for you to make your presentation.
Yes, the chairman of the occasion. If I say something, I don't want you to laugh. The chairman, you see, this occasion brings a lot of coincidences. One, the chairman of the occasion, a former executive secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, who was my Oga and is still my Oga. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yes. And the topic of discussion is polytechnic education and degree awarding to status, issues and challenges. I think there is no better person to address this issue of degree concerning polytechnic education in Nigeria other than Engineer Dr. Nuri Yakub? Yes. So why I'm laughing of the coincidences is because under his tutelage, we were brought up. First, I joined the board as equivalent rank of lecturer 1 in 2001, 2002. And then today I'm serving as a director of curriculum development and standardization. So you can see the number of coincidences. Whatever I will be saying, it was under him that it came to be. Yes, that's what it means. 2, the executive secretary is unavoidably absent. He's under the weather currently. And he directs that I attend and deliver this. The other coincidence is that I am a product of polytechnic, from which, coincidentally, also my chapter is hosting the event. Actually, the governor of my home state is declaring the conference open. Sadly, the ASUP, as a union from which I served diligently and proudly, I served as treasurer of the chapter of the Chief of Maribero while serving as lecturer. So I think there are a lot of coincidences, so they make me look like where to begin. So the major concern is for us to understand how far we have gone. Yes, we have gone far. First, as a system. 2, as one seeking for autonomy, which we have gotten for ourselves. So the major concern to present on behalf of Professor Idris Bugaj, you will find yourself down. Why? Because the other coincidence I want to mention for you to understand is that Engineer Dr. Nuri Yakub and Engineer Professor Idris Muhammad Bugaj were in the university at the same time, in the same faculty. And that is why when Comrade Mr. Anderson was talking about his role in Tibet, you will be surprised the two of them each were lecturers in the Lima Polytechnic, rectors at various times, then executive secretary equally. So you can see it's a great thing for all of us. And to see what we had under Nuri Yakub between 2000 2010 and what we are having now from 2020 to this year. Let me, on behalf of the Executive Secretary, equally thank the NEC of the Academic Staff Union for the honor to speak at this important event where the National Executive Council of this most cherished union of ours will emerge in the next 24 hours. Equally, we must appreciate them for their efforts in sustaining the more important children. You know what I mean, Comrade Anderson. Now, ASUP must be respected here. Why? Because the choice of this year's topic, which is one of the priorities of the board, is being faced by the country, although with envious resistance. You'll find whenever the polytechnic education is mentioned, there are a group of people in Nigeria, including the elite, including the political class, including the legislature, who are interested in saying no. You know what we are looking for. So we maintain what we want. And the ASUP is in the forefront of this particular specific important agitation. Now, this presentation approaches this paper in 2 major dimensions. One is whether the polytechnic should award degrees, not the polytechnic to have to be awarded. Yes, our focus is that the polytechnic should award degree, not to grant us the degree awarding status and we remain where we are. 2, that this presentation is also to pinpoint the issues and challenges as they are great hindrance to the quest and offering some way out. Yes, the former executive secretary has put a foundation in the term of history for the polytechnic education in Nigeria as it is. So we are aware they have a higher quality technical institute and later the Auchi Polytechnic were creation of regional and colonial governments. This remained as it is. When we had only 3 before independence, just following independence, and many other institutions came on board following creation of states. So we find each state wanted to have a technical institution under its own domain. Today, as it is, we had the great giant three. Now we have 172 polytechnics in Nigeria. Under the first line allocation, there are 37 federal polytechnics, with Edo State having 2. But till today, Sokoto State does not have polytechnic. Yes. So I think the Federal Ministry of Education should not. At the time of education, roadmap committee should also not. It's only Sokoto State doesn't have a federal polytechnic. Others have 2 sides. Yes, I'm a product of commerce because I think I should make the case for Sokoto State. Yes.
Sokoto Polytechnic to commence very soon.
Thank you very much for that information. So we are aware people. There was a working committee set up in 1972, which was mainly on scientific and technical manpower and science education in Nigeria. And that committee was the one that gave back to polytechnic education as well as the establishment and creation of the National Board for Technical Education. All other issues concerning the background of polytechnic education is what we know in the general domain. So the full pattern of the paper presentation is shared to most and almost every delegate here. Let's go to the Polytechnic Act strictly because of time. I think slide 5. Let's go to slide 5. You will find that so many times in the life of MBT, specifically during the 4th Executive Secretary, Engineer Tunuya, and the leadership of Comrade Anderson must be appreciated, particularly for the results, which was the product of first leaders. That's why today I say the coincidence is many. See Sylvester Mama, Comrade Yomi, Comrade Kibia, Comrade Smoga, and the rest of many other comrades whom we have not seen for longer period. And in fact, even engineers who have not seen them for years. So if we are bringing the history of the Act Amendment as well as the foundation of technical vocational education and training in Nigeria, I think this event itself is trying to confirm that truth. Now, if you look at the as it was sought at the time, for its existence, said any technical education, technical application education falling outside the university. And therefore, if it is falling outside the university, it means our mandate is only what? To produce middle level manpower. Then with the 2019 amendment, it says middle and higher level. That's what we are asking. What is that? Maybe we have to go to Supreme Court. Yeah? Yes, and compel the policy makers and managers to interpret what the middle and high level manpower is meant for us to produce. That is why the question for us to have a degree awarded status as we put it does not arise, because already the law addressed the issue comprehensively that there is a lacuna. That's why we still need to go back for further amendment of the act to tell us what we should do when it comes to production of middle, higher level technical manpower for the country. The other important issue is that when we had three, now we are having 170. So under the LPTE, who is the sole regulatory and supervisory body of technical and vocational education in Nigeria, there are a number of awards there. The National Diploma and Higher National Diploma, which you are familiar with, the National Technical Certificate and National Business Certificates. These are common, and equally the Advanced National Technical Certificate and Advanced National Business Certificates are common to technical colleges. Technical colleges are secondary level education, which produces National Technical Certificate in the cadre of what you call artisan and craftsman. That's what they are. So ordinarily, the technical colleges are the major feeders to polytechnic education. What we are looking for is, you go to a technical college, you move to be a technician, you move to become a technologist, and then you remain within the path of that particular HND, and in fact now is moribund. Kaduna Polytechnic, Auchi and Yabate. All others, when they start, they leave it. Because the system recognizes postgraduate diploma better than the post-HND. And the post-HND is supposed to be a bridge for higher qualification above the higher national diploma. And this is where we are. This is where we are. Then there is the National Innovation Diploma and National Vocational Certificate. These are specific, specialized, private sector-driven institutions that were established equally during the time of Dr. Nuri Yakubu. They are called Innovation Enterprise Institutions and Vocational Enterprise Institutions. Then we have a modular trade certificates. You see, the system of the ND, HND, and the technical colleges is run under a semester system as well as a term system. But the modular certification is a module format certification, which you can go in for a particular module or unit and complete and go. And then you form part of the artisan and craftsman manpower category we were mentioning. Then the National Skills Qualification Framework equally started during his time. Where we are today, it has gained recognition, in which case that the National category. For HND, we have the manpower category of a technologist. For ND, we have the manpower category of a technician. For artisan and craftsman, it is that of the NT. You find that the university is meant to produce a professional manpower, while the polytechnics are meant to produce middle-level technical manpower, and now it is added higher level. Now that we have the higher level, there is a ratio we use it since the time of Nuri Yakubu, that every one engineer is to work with 4 technologists and 8 technicians and 20 artisan and craftsmen, which means the ratio is what? 1 to 4 to 8 to 20. Now, if you take out 1 engineer produced by 1 university, then the 4 technologies who are produced as a product of HND, and the 8 technicians who are holders of ND, and the 20 artisan and craftsmen all come from Tibet sector. Then how many universities do you need compared to Tibet institutions? If we had to produce this. Yes, for every engineer, whether an architect or a building engineer, a mechanical, electrical, whatever you talk of in any building project, this is what they require to operate. So we are relevant. It means if we put that ratio, we are expected to produce nearly 60% of the total technical manpower for the country. Now it means, and it's confirming that there is a gap for that technical manpower requirement for the country. The content of the paper addresses that particular issue. We brought in a report that was conducted equally during Nuri Yakubu's time, and then we could not continue because that is part of what we do. That's what we call tracer studies. The tracer studies is two-way. First, we go to the industry to tell us the performance of our graduates, to see whether there is deficiency in the curriculum we are implementing. Two, to equally find out the manpower supply and demand within the industry when it comes to technical manpower. And in that direction, what we do there is to assess and see, is there a need for more technical institutions or there is not? If there is, then. And then we also categorize manpower. For example, computer science. The computer science in the modern day computer science is what? It's requiring specific skilled areas. That's why recently, under Idris Bugaje, the computer science has been unbundled into 4 specific skilled areas: artificial intelligence, web design and software, networking and cloud computing, as well as cybersecurity and data protection. Then the mass comm equally has been unbundled into 3. So the technical skilled manpower is specific to the needs of the industry. That is why we'll continue to break in so many areas and go further to get what we want and what the country require. Now the NSQ is another area for us that require the polytechnics to fill in the manpower gap. Under the NSQ, there is a regulatory body, which is the MBTE, that is the Sector Skill Council, which are mainly the professional bodies from which a particular occupation is derived. For example, the construction and building industry. It means if you need a POP man, a tiler, a painter, all these come from that industry. So there are specific skills that are broken under the national skills qualification. Then there is the awarding body, which also could be the regulator of that particular sector or the professional body, as the case may be. But the training provider status is what the polytechnic are meant to have. That is why in many of the instances we are saying polytechnics should now set up skills development centers where the NSQ can be delivered side by side with the conventional certification. Whether in the executive, legislative arm, or even in the policy making, what will he do? He will suppress it. Because this is what he sees the society say. And what we do is what we don't want. And we are telling everybody, the system is not what you think it is. Open your minds. When the UK is combining its polytechnics to universities, they are back because they are now setting up a committee under the parliament to go after vocational skills under the universities. That's why if you go, the Ivy League universities in the world are technical institutions. Find out. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Singapore Institute, Indian Institute of Technology, they are like that. So what they do is to blended learning by bringing in skills as well as what? Theory. And which gives you the much needed impetus to compete in the global world. You find the limited access accorded to TVET. The analysis we made in the content of the paper is that the big 3, if you take the 10 best polytechnics where there is a sought after, if you go to JAMB data, you will see that the big 3, Kaduna, Yaba, and Auchi, they don't even meet their carrying capacity quota. Yes, because they were restricted first by us, the MBT. And that is a reason. Because we do what you call carrying capacity ratio, program to program. That is engineering, science, and technology compared to non-engineering, non-science, and non-technology program. Then there is also a teacher-student ratio as well as student equipment ratio. Since the skill is emphasized, what it means that for every laboratory, workshop, studio, field facility meant for the delivery of a particular program, you need to know how many students are going for it. For example, the computer science require a dedicated computer lab for their student, which is 1-to-1. So the ratio in that case is 1-to-1. But if you go to environmental science, for example, estate survey and valuation, do we require 1-to-1 computer for them? So that's what it is. So it means 2-to-1, for example. Then if you go to business and related programs, also there you find the composition of the carrying capacity for 60 to non-science, non-technology, and for 40 to science, engineering, and technology is the reason why we maintain that. But the jump as it is, when they give you a quota, you don't even meet it, let alone exceed it. This tells you it's suppressing the access to education, particularly Tibet as it is. The other issue is this: the nature for which we are seeking the degree awarding status. Is it for our polytechnic to be converted, or to be upgraded, or to transmutate, or we go by existing affiliation systems, or we collaborate like the foreign universities coming into Nigeria, or we have an MOU with a particular university? Look at what happened in Mashood Abiola Polytechnic. It's one of our cherished institutions, Mashood Abiola Polytechnic. When they converted it to a polytechnic, unfortunately, my most respected professor, Okebukola, was made the chairman of the takeover committee. You see a chief lecturer being sent back to lecturer 1, or even lecturer 2. Now last Protect of recent, Lagos State Polytechnic, Ikorodu, is equally one of our most cherished institutions, sir. You will find that last Protect was just overnight converted into a University of Science and Technology. We don't have problem. If you are converted to University of Science and Technology, what is that? Now under the education law, education is on the concurrent lists. Now that it is on the concurrent list, can't governors of Nigeria be courageous to allow polytechnics award degree under their own watch? They can't, because it is their own polytechnics. Then they can have multiple regulators. MBTE can go, NUC can go, and then even if they award NCE like we do, Nekede, Birnin, Kevi, Kaduna, all are awarding NCE and BEd. So you find NCC is going. It doesn't affect that particular operation. But the issue is that we don't need rather conversion. We don't need any upgrade. We don't need any affiliation. What we require is what? A substantive status of a degree award for Nigerian polytechnic system. Now, the other next important issue is that of the Federal Ministry of Education. Yes. The Federal Ministry of Education, I'm happy, my Oga is here. He knows. In 2006, I have been close to him enough to know that there are times when he sees a call from the Federal Minister of Education, he will ignore it. Yes, because he will go there, present a case for the sector, and then they will take another direction. I think it was, we had a good day under the old lady who was also a product of our system, who became Minister, Chinwe Obaji. She was so sympathetic to the sector that there are so many things that came up. Then you remember also the other issue when it comes to policy. With respect to the members of staff of the Ministry of Education, they are employed as education officers and they rise to rule the rank in the secondary level education policy direction. That is why today, when the law amendment took place, where the composition of councils of federal polytechnics, in the end, I know the reason that took place that time, but you will find now only the Federal Ministry of Education sits on council, and they are not well-groomed in tertiary level education, rather well-groomed in Tibet education policy. There are two things. You can be good in education, fine, but you are not good in Tibet education. Technical vocational education is not the same with any education. It's not the same. That's why when it comes to policy generation, policy formulation, and policy implementation, you find, yes, we are facing that particular gap when it comes to dealing with the ministry. Now, the issue of the MBT and MPC is a generic one. During his time, Dr. Nuri Yakubu has always stood to say, let the MPC come into existence. He's not afraid, as ES of MBTE, to what? To be changed. And then appoint someone to head MPC, another one to head another agency that may metamorphose out of that issue. The MPC for us is rife and is now. And I'm happy to hear in the roadmap, the MPC is categorically stated. But yet again, the last week we had a meeting of management. It was discussed, the roadmap was discussed extensively. What brightened our minds as members of staff, of your staff, was that you are the one heading the education committee. There is still so much left, sir, under the roadmap concerning the Tibet sector. So we are still asking for more. There are so many. Now here, if the Polytechnic are to continue to search for the degree awarding status, there are some issues we need to understand. One, the 2006-2007 reform under the almighty Obi Ezekwesili. You remember her time. Engineer Dr. Nuri Yakubu is here. What they said was, a university should take over a polytechnic contiguous to it. So we wake up in Birnin Kebbi. Osman Danfodio University will take over Birnin Kebbi. Then can Ahmadu Bello University take over Kaduna Poly? Can University of Lagos take over Yaba? Can University of Benin absorb Auchi Polytechnic? Or can Futo take over Nekede? This is it. So what the reform say, okay, we will set up Kaduna Poly as Kaduna Technical University. Yaba Tech as Yaba Technical City University. That's the name they gave. Then the reform meant that they are abolishing the HND, then allowing the polytechnic campuses now. They are no longer polytechnic. They are campuses of the universities contiguous to them. To what? To award national diploma. That is what it meant. Now, let's go back to the Birmingham example I gave. Usman Danfodio University, since its existence, has not offered engineering or environmental science degree until recently. So the takeover of Birmingham, that time when we come during the reform conference, I was a member. I was nominated by Dr. Nuri Yakubu, representing even the union that time. We came. The then minister was asking the vice chancellor, who is now the ambassador of Nigeria to the United Nations, Professor Bande. He was happy because he doesn't have engineering, science, environmental science programs. Then Birmingham has everything. Birmingham has everything. So if he takes over, what happens? It automatically becomes a campus producing engineering, science, and technology programs. Now the other issue was, that's why I brought them. Like I told you, I was not expecting, come ahead. I was not expecting Engineer Nuri Yakubu to be here. I'm happy he is. He has pursued the degree awarding status during his tenure as Executive Secretary MBT. During that period, 5 curricula were developed in BTech specifically. Surveying and Geoinformatics, Urban and Regional Planning, sir, you remember them? Mechanical Engineering, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and then Civil Engineering. They say for a start. That's how he used the word. That's what he said. Give us somewhere to start. Then the other people in the Education Ministry and the NUC, what they were saying was that no, the Polytechnic doesn't have the manpower to do. He said, I'm not asking for all Polytechnics. Let's start somewhere. At least if Yaba can start, Kaduna can start, Auchi Onekere can start, then there is something to carry on. I will tell you a story that will darken your heart. Dr. Nuru left in 2010. Immediately he left. Wallahi, you don't owe me any swearing here. This morning when I came here, I used a tissue paper from my car to clean this curriculum. Allah. As Director of Curriculum Development, they are there in my office, so I have to search. I say, no, I need to come with them for you to understand how far the board has gone in seeking the implementation of degree awarding status to polytechnics. And this is where we are. So the then Executive Secretary was intimidated by the ESNUC then. Yeah, Julius Okogi, when we visited him, I serve as SA in the Executive Secretary's office. I know because I was there. I know. He told him, Nuru Yakubu was in a hurry to develop curriculum without us. What was Nuru Yakubu looking for? Check the content here. Inside the content, the entry requirements, what he was looking for was that we should go for a degree that is not the same with the conventional degree in conventional universities. That's what makes the difference. What is the entry? The entry requirements for our BTech under the TVET system is what? All the requirements for ND and the ND itself. Nothing like direct entry. You enter with national diploma in each of these areas I mentioned and then continue and obtain a degree there. There is a blend of skills in it because already you went to the system and now the BTech is peculiar. If you go through, you will find under the UNESCO, which you are trained, that's why the benefit we are getting today is still under him. The UNESCO gave us a training and we're empowered to change the system of 3-column curriculum system to now 7-column. The emphasis is that the theory component and the practical component should be emphasized in TVET delivery. And that is where we are. So it didn't start today. It's better we note that one. The other issue regarding the cold relationship that took place between 2010 to 2020 between the ASUP and MBT is another reason why the dream. Comrade Asumoga, you know what I mean? It was from your time, Kivia too. Then it moves on. Throughout 2010, 2020, we remain in the cold in such a manner that the ASUP can come to Abuja. They don't have to go to Kaduna. Yes, because we made it so. MBT management was not interested, rather not patronizing or partnering better enough with what? With the union. We could have gone far than where we are now. And then the other issue, like I said, is that of FME replacing MBT. Now, when that cold relationship started, so immediately the ministry assumed position of MBT and they will decide and take decision without us knowing. Asumogo, you are nodding your head. That means, yeah, you know what I mean, sir. You know very well. Dr. Asumogo was in the forefront then, and I told you, I have that peculiar personality enough to understand situations. And at the end of it, I have served in many capacities which brought us to where we are today. All these are issues we are bringing in the fore for you to understand what happened. But then, Comrade Anderson realizes the situation. When Professor Idris Bugaji assumed duty, now the narrative has changed. That is why we are where we are. Because even with the amendment of the law, there is still much left to do. Now the major challenges now confronting us are what we shall pinpoint for your consideration, and the incoming neck to realize there is a big and gigantic tax upon them. That tax is of what? Realizing this part. I don't like to call it a dream because it's not a dream. We have not been sleeping. We only slept small. Yes, we have not been sleeping. That's why if you take 2000, 2010, you see what happened, and now they are different things. So one, just like the chairman of chairmen said, the issue of skills is important. MBTE is canvassing one for the amendment of MBTE law and equally amendment of polytechnic law. The reason is this: the MBTE law should provide for the national skills fund. The skill fund should account for all skills requirements, as well as review and develop curricula that are aged. The rule in MBT, any curricula so developed should not go beyond 5 years without review. By a paucity of funds. Then the time we were sleeping, so the time was going. And today, computer science, if you place it for 5 years, you will end up staying far away from the normal computer world. Yeah, the reality as it is. Thank you, sir. That is why we are fighting now. There are curricula that were developed since Nuri Yakubu's time, 2000. Up till today, they are there. Up till today. Dr. Asumoga, you are in GSCO. The general studies curricula is the same up till now, sir. It's the same. If you go to all agri science and related, it's the same. If you go to core engineering, even, it's the same. And we are asking for professional bodies to come and then let them find somewhere where we can go. You know, the other issue with the National Skills Fund can do is to take care of equipment. like the chairman of chairmen says, there is need to what? To upgrade our equipment, tools, and facilities in our Tibet institution. Then the issue of SIWES is important. The ESMBT is saying SIWES is placed wrongly. Yeah, you know, you are in schools, you understand what I mean. We have backlog of SIWES payment, backlog of enlistment, but so many things. Until now, we are trying to clear it, and it becomes an issue. So we need to do that. Then the issue of funding is important. But we must overcome the challenge to go beyond, what do I call it, where we are, and then degree awarding status. So there is need for us to realize that funds must be available. And that fund must be stable, sufficient, and sustainable. The major problem is we can have a fund that is not stable, and it comes today and you don't find it. In most cases, you see how we are skewed. In TED fund intervention allocation, you see what happened. What the university get is twice than what we get. In fact, even the NCC, the colleges of education are getting higher than what we are getting. Check the ratio. Well, let's see if they review it now. And so the number, we are 172, sir. 72 polytechnics of public ownership. States, in fact, there are states that are having nearly 4. Ogun, Delta, even Kasina today has 2 polytechnics. So it is telling you we are growing, but the funding is not there. While it the skewedness is not in favor of what we are looking for. Then the other issue is that of curricula. We are saying all our curriculum should be what? Supply driven. You can see in our system, whenever we are to develop a curriculum, carry out accreditation, do moderation, any other component of quality assurance exercise, we involve the university. We involve them. And there is a reason for that. During his time, if I say something, you remember. There is a time when we said some of our second generation staff of the board, most of them have retired now. They were trying to challenge the involvement of university. You are saying no. We are looking for first acceptance and recognition. 2, we are looking for placement in the right level of university education for our graduates. Then bring in the university within our own quality assurance mechanism. And where are we today? You have an ND, you cannot go to direct entry. You have an HND, you cannot go into conversion like the UK system, where the HND or the HNC can convert in 1 year and go. So the appropriate placement should be made for our system on the basis of our curriculum. If you cross the Benin Republic border here or Niger, you will find anyone with HND can be admitted into Masters Direct. Because it is the transcript that they will go through and see what courses you have offered and then go. And this is what we are saying. Then the issue of dichotomy stigmatization, the negative perception can be overcome if the bill against it is assented. And the former president was unable to assent to that bill. So we hope now, this morning before coming here, we had an interaction with the senior special assistant to the president on technical vocational entrepreneurship. We had interaction. And the focus of the office was something different than what we expect. I laughed. Yes, I just kept quiet. I wanted to mention the bill for the Tibet is there. Why can't you push it? But they were talking about skills training. Skill training. This is the type the politicians do in your institutions. You bring 10 ladies who are brought from Italy and train them for catering or hairdressing. In 2 weeks, they finish, you give them certificate. I said, this is not TV. It's not TV. Luckily, Sir Engineer ADK was there as acting years. So there are so many things we need to do. So the ASUP, under this issue, we need to overcome and surmount, and what we are going to keep agitating for the ascension to that particular bill. The National Polytechnic Commission is one. The reason for our agitation for the National Polytechnic Commission, just like my Oga said, there are over 600 technical institutions under MBT. Now, if you take out polytechnics, what I want you to understand, where the MBT remains where it is because of the award. The founding fathers of the board now try to see ND and HND are being awarded not only by polytechnics or colleges of technology. Yes, it was in 1985 they were accommodated, the universities were accommodated. to award ND because of the qualities of agriculture under them. And then by 88, they were now implemented to form part of the accreditation process. So here, what we were saying, the colleges of technology, the specialized institution, colleges of agriculture, colleges of nursing, colleges of health technology, all these monotechnics, the way we call them, are what? Can be grouped with the polytechnics to form a commission. Now, the reason is because of the award, not the nature of the institution. It is because of the award. Please understand this very well. It is the award we are after. For you to protect the award, it means what? You need to group institutions awarding them, not with the technical colleges. My very big brother here, chairman of co-heads, he's heading technical institutions that included IEI, BEI, technical colleges, polytechnic, monotechnic, specialized institutions like the university teaching hospitals, like the APIT. The APIT is operating a dual mode degree system. If you recall, sir, it was during your time. They came with NDH and that's what they started. Then they now venture into degree. But they didn't lose their focus. The only thing they did now, they are appointing a university-based professor as a provost of APIT. And don't forget, what is the name? Air Force Institute of Technology. Yes. They are still running NDHND side by side with the bachelor's degree. And they are being regulated by the two bodies. So try to understand. So the MPC, the major duty is what? Is to coordinate the provision for the polytechnic and similar institutions. Luckily, even in the ministry now, there is so reason. In the past, we have a department for tertiary education, bringing in colleges, polytechnics, and universities under one director. But today we have polytechnic education and allied institutions. And equally, the legislature has followed suit. There is now a National Assembly Committee on what? On polytechnic education. So that means we are going to where we want to go. Already there is the chance for us. The other issue is that to appoint a principal. We are happy. The ASUP has what? Has followed suit, interrogated our proposal for the kind of criteria meant for the appointment of principal officers. Okana is one where a bad example can come. You see, when you bring someone from the university to head technical institution, you know the trouble. To understand the situation. So we require to strengthen the instrument for the appointment of principal officers. That is why if you served within the system for a minimum of 10 years, you can understand what to do and where to go, rather than just coming in. So we were saying, if they want to manage our system, why don't they allow us go into their own? That is what we are asking. Then the other major issue of contention is the neglect of technical colleges. As must be a requirement for chief lecturer position. We will remain in the sector and we will award degree and we will go ahead to award masters. Thank you for your attention.
I think the body language of the delegate is saying they need to stand up and clap again. Kindly do that. Dr. M.H. Koko, we now understand why Professor Bugaji decided not to be here, but to send you. The chairman actually asked me to tell you to speak for 30 minutes. But the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Nuru Yakubu, looking at you, allowing you to keep speaking, will want you to keep speaking for the next 2 hours. We thank you for summarizing, but I think you have given us an assignment. As a union, it is not only ASUP members that need to hear you. We will make sure in a good time we advise the rectors. Thank you very much. Let the rectors also and the principal officers in our polytechnics listen and listen attentively to this very important presentation. Thank you, ASUP, for this second edition of our NDC lectures, and I think it is worth listening to. We thank you for your time and the eloquent presentation. We hope to get the soft copy. Certainly it will be circulated. The NEC members will get and cascade to the chapters. At this juncture,
he has spoken so well, but we will still invite 2 gentlemen to cap it up. Let me invite the former president of ASUP, Comrade Dr. Mohammed Umar Kibia, to speak for 5 minutes. 5 minutes only, and Comrade Asmuga should also be prepared for another 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to also observe the existing protocol. I must confess that when Dr. Koko was about to commence delivering his paper, he acknowledged certain dignitaries, and in particular, the former ES of MDT, Dr. Nuri Yakubu. Most of the achievements recorded in the sector started during his tenure. And I also acknowledge the fact that there was a break of space or time when we cut off our good relationship with MDTE. But we thank God that we are coming up now to collaborate more on the Tibet issue. And I want to acknowledge also and confess that it is also a coincidence that Dr. Koko presented his paper, and I am to discuss the paper. Why? Because what we have been agitating in the sector is succession plan, consistency in policy making. And Koko has been in MBTE for quite some time. We started interacting when he was either SA or PA to the ES, Dr. Nuriaku. And all my observations centered on particular issues that are very important, which he highlighted. So I think my assignment will be very brief, but yet I want to highlight areas where I still feel that the MBT should do more while collaborating with ASUP. I want to skip all the background information he gave and the history and go straight to the issue, that is the issue of degree awarding status. I think what we are talking about today has been drafted and formatted into a book and document, courtesy of ASUP and also Engineer Dr. Nuyaku. during the Obasanjo regime, there was this concept that came in of consolidation of tertiary institutions into proximate universities, which he has highlighted. At that time, ASUP was not even part of the committee, Presidential Technical Committee. We passed through the MBTE, we petitioned and complained. We were made members later. And all these issues were raised, particularly the issue of mountain degree program. I observed that Dr. Koko did not highlight the contribution of Dr. Yabani. We need to highlight the contribution of Dr. Yabani's, particularly his report on the introduction of post-HND, recommendation of post-HND, as well as mountain BTech and MTech. I think that is one of the areas the paper did not actually address. And another area which I think we have been hammering for long, since 2001, on the establishment of National Commission for Polytechnics, which at that time, MBT was strongly against it. They thought we are going to take over power from them. We didn't know that MBTE is aware that establishing National Commission for Polytechnics is very important, very significant to the sector. We now understand that they are ready to collaborate with us and also ensure the establishment of National Commission for Polytechnics. We are happy with that. But it's essential. They were fighting it, we were fighting them. But alhamdulillah, we have come to terms. Thank you, sir. Now, I also want to highlight the issue of the degree awarding status. When Yaba and Kaduna Polytechnics were built out of the report of our report, which ASUP participated, as I said, as a former president, I was nominated to participate in the committee and drafting of the report. We suggested, same way now MBTE is recommending, it is in our report, that if you don't want us to mount degree program, as we are agitating, allow us to run ND program. Then we continue with HND, sir. Is that correct? Mount BTech program. And then we continue with HND. Concurrently, the choice is left for the applicant. Now MBT is commending that practice is good for the system. If you want us, we are looking for BTech and MTech. And alhamdulillah, he has brought copies of that. You remember, sir, my former rector, Dr. Mohammed Abdu, was on sabbatical to MBT. He briefed me anytime there was a change or a development on mountain degree in the sector. So I have a good knowledge of what you have done, and I think this is the right time to do it. Why? Because at that time, we were told when they built City University of Technology, Kaduna and Yaba, they realized later that we don't have the capacity, we don't have the manpower. And they observed it was only Education Technical Department of Kaduna Poly that has quite a number of PhD holders. Because the issue, the challenge at that time was that we don't have enough PhD holders to teach degree, BTech or BSc. Now that in every polytechnic that was established 10 years ago, you will have more than 10 to 20 PhD holders. But our challenge, Dr. Koko will attest to that. Even when we acquired the PhD and we passed through the polytechnic system, we still go back to Open University and obtain BSc. Why? When you join your friend, a polytechnic lecturer, or a polytechnic student on Facebook, and you look at his profile, he will never mention that he attended polytechnic. When we are fighting this consolidation issue, sir, you remember we aired our views on national dailies and newspapers. At that time, ASUP spent, 2006, every page of newspaper page for advert, we spent 500,000 naira. In 2006, we were supported and we prayed. At that time, we had no significant number of PhD holders. Now what happened? He addressed the issue of bringing university for our quality assurance. I still disagree with that position. What will they assure? It's a different environment, different training. Yet MBTE sent quality assurance personnel or facilitators during accreditation from the university. Still, our colleagues in the polytechnics, in departments, when it comes to moderation, you send to the university. And here we are looking for or fighting discrimination. It's a kind of conflict in our actions and what we do. And anytime you acquire PhD, you run away. Who will then stay and salvage the system? Who will now stay and assist in mounting degree and higher degree programs if we run away from the system? And if we continue to allow our colleagues, inviting university lecturers to come and assure the quality, the standard of our question papers and of our student projects. Now, I want to take the last item. Now, the issue of also normative instrument introduced, template. I also agree with the speaker that somewhere, somehow, MBT representatives were removed from participating in the assessment or interview panel of the chief executives. Yet, the rectors now introduce, which I think MBT, whether it's aware or not aware, introduce a system where they invite their colleagues from other polytechnics to serve as technical officers, technical staff in interviewing chief executives. They send MBT away, and now they are conniving with their colleagues in sister institutions to come and serve. What do we expect? A serving rector wants to go, he has served, and wants to install his own staff on the seat, and invited his colleague, his friend, to come and serve and technical. I was asked in one of the interviews, one of my friends also was asked the date of birth of former President Ibrahim Babangida. In an interview of chief executive, date of birth, former President Ibrahim Babangida. I was asked that my last publication was in 2019, and my interview was in 2021, that my publications were stale. How do you make publications stale? What is the use of library and archives? So these are some of the things that we should look at in interview or in using the template, this normative instrument. And I want to say significantly, and more importantly, that MBT is not proactive in curriculum development and review. Just last month, a team was in my school, and they were looking for manual typewriter. We should produce about 10. or OTM, I was wondering. I was invited by the team in my department. They were looking for, well, they were looking for language laboratory. We went to the language laboratory. They were looking for some books. These books, sir, if you recall, I participated in the curriculum development in 2004 in Yaba. And when UNESCO came, you invited us to MBT. We reviewed the curriculum. It's still the curriculum for accounting and finance. 2004 is still the curriculum. So all the information they were looking for are outdated, irrelevant. So I think we need to review that. We need to look at the review. And finally, sir, the issue of awarding degree and higher degree. My union deliberately ensured that that is inserted. Now the question is, who will fight for the interpretation of middle level or higher level? We found MBTE before, for about last 10 years or 15, not even interested in our course, not even interested to interact with us, and delaying pursuance of certain document. What is the role of MBTE now on the reviewed condition of service and scheme of service 2019? Up to today is not yet out. Up to today, the union fought, struggle, participated in the drafts. MBTE had a draft of scheme of service 2013. It has not been approved. It has not been signed, but is busy releasing the document to institutions to use. After all, it has not been approved and documented. Yet we have a developed scheme of service 2019. Is still, when you talk to them, they will tell you it's still in the office of the head of service of the Federation. All these are there. So I am happy, finally, that MBT is coming to terms, is ready to collaborate with ASUP. ASUP now has been identified as a vanguard for these debate programs and for the improvement of polytechnic education in Nigeria. We are happy for that, and we hope this will not be a marriage of convenience. We pray that we should work out how we pursue things. We should work out how to develop the sector. You want to take finally? You don't want me to take finally? So I agree, I think, Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to say, finally, that as you are laughing, I was a member of a visitation panel. I serve as the secretary. So we invited deputy rector or deputy provost of one institution. I started asking, he was appointed, I was appointed as a deputy rector. So the moment I started asking him questions, he felt as if I was interrogating him to remove him from office. I pleaded with him to be calm. There was an illegality in appointing him. There was equally an illegality in appointing me. So let him calm. So if I ask this question, I will tell him this is the last question. So I asked several questions, about 7 as the last. But permit me to take this one as the last. Mr. Chairman, I equally want to commend you and the MBT for ensuring that you have succession in the system. The quality of presentation, in fact, I've made my point on every page of this paper, almost 3 or 4. But he has passed almost all of them. through his physical appearance and speaking to us, not sincerely to the paper. Thank you very much. Why? Because he has been with the system. He has been participating within the system and every aspect of the sector. And that is what we expect from MBT, from regulators. Bring people who knows the system, who can contribute and add value to the system. For the rectors, moving along, as you said, there are opportunities. That opportunity is becoming restricted. So you need to conduct research on who becomes rectors of institutions. Is it not the same university system? Now we have turned to that. Every council, with apology, Mr. Chairman of council, every council who want to institute its own, no, not necessarily to stop from the institution, qualified or not qualified. I want to tell you, I attended about 4 or 5 interviews. And in one of the interviews, the person that was appointed was not even close to 1, 2, 3. But we learned, because the interview is not transparent in the sense that you will not know your marks, your rank, and whatever. The only thing is somebody is appointed. We realized, we were told that somebody, his internal candidate, was awarded marks because he is an internal candidate. He participated along with all of us. We were informed about the point. But essentially, the point I'm trying to make, if MBTE is on the council, the council will be made to insist on the point and ranking. But this candidate was awarded marks simply because he came from within. So the point that we have opportunities is no longer there. It has been restricted by the actions of the chief executive and representative of the ministry. As representative of the ministry, talk to your people that are attending interviews of chief executives. The role they are playing. We have noticed several actions that are not in tandem with the policy of the government. On this note, I thank the union for giving me the opportunity to stand before you. And again, to have face-to-face interaction with the former ES, who was very supportive to the union cause. We thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umar Kibia. Let's put our hands together once more for him. The chairman, please.
Yeah. Let the secret out that probably 99% or 99.9% of delegates don't know here. You know, I started my academic career at the then Federal University of Technology, Bauchi, in 1982 as a assistant lecturer. I skipped the graduate assistant because I joined the university after my master's degree. And in that year, 1982, I was elected the first secretary of ASUP of that university. And you know, that university subsequently became ATBC, ATBU, before it became ABU, before it became ATBU in 1988. In 1984, after the military coup, it was downgraded to become a college of Ahmadu Bello University. It was named Abubakar Tafawa Balewa College of Ahmadu Bello University, but it started as one of the 6 federal universities across the country. And we were the first to register the Academic Staff Union of Universities chapter of ASUP in what is now ATBU. So really, I've always been a unionist at heart. Also, very quickly, one has stayed for so long in this sector, and we have missed a lot of opportunities. For me, the greatest opportunity that the polytechnic sector missed, I also had the real privilege also to be an accidental member of the then Grey Longi, the implementation committee of the Grey Longi reports. I wasn't a member. And what happened was very simple. A Grey Longi committee was appointed, I believe, in 1990 or thereabouts. It submitted its report in 91, 92, and an implementation committee was set up that year. It was chaired by late Professor Akin Kube. Now, that committee report was titled Higher Education in 1990s and Beyond. And one of the major recommendations, it was that committee actually, we drafted the law, we established ETF then, which now has become TED Fund. It was that committee. And how I became member, sorry, before I begin, was that the rector of Kano Polytechnic then, Professor A.T. Abdullahi, now, was the member. They went for inauguration of the committee. Late Babs Fakunga was the Minister of Education, as you recall, and he saw him. He said, Rector, what are you doing? He said, but, Honorable Minister, you appointed me a member of the implementation committee. He said, no. Rector will not have time. So you have to go and send someone, but I'll give you the privilege to nominate the person to come and serve on the committee. He went back to Kaduna, called me and said, you have to go to for the implementation committee. That's how I became a member. Now that was a very major missed opportunity, unfortunately. Because the committee was very clear on what needed to be done with regards to polytechnic education. The conclusion of that implementation committee was that by the year 2000, for every Nigerian admitted in university system, there should be 10 in the polytechnics and the colleges of education. So we needed teachers as well. So, and we said, assuming you share this 10 equally between polytechnics and college of education, what it meant is that by year 2000, that's 2 decades ago, for every admission or every enrollment in the university system, there must be 5 in the polytechnic system. Unfortunately, when we came to implementation of that TED Fund formula, that 211, the university people were very dominant. In fact, I was the only one from the polytechnic sector. And there was also another lone member, one lady from College of Education, Abekota, as I recall, at that time, to represent the College of Education. It was overwhelming. The chairman was from university. There was Basa from, I think one chief, very passionate with the university. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing outside the university system. And they came with this formula of 211. We objected vehemently. To the extent that we could not agree in the committee, actually later on, it was just Chairman, Professor Akingu Kube, the Minister, Professor Vaspa, and the Secretary of the committee, late Tijani Abdul Qadir. Unfortunately, they're all late now, and that's how the law, this 211 came. Because the logic was simple. If you want to change, if you want to reverse the enrollment, then you have to give more money to the sectors. You can't say you want a reversal in favor of polytechnics and then still keep the ratio in favor of universities. And I think that was a really, really missed opportunity. And today, the entire country, in my view, is paying the price. You can imagine. So really, be that as it may, we now have seen the reality. And there is real opportunity. So I would really want to appeal that the union should support. I mean, the way I have seen, in those days we had our differences. I'm not so sure as the years, let's say in 2005, I would be coming to the ASUP conference and we'll be talking and be talking to ourselves quite frankly like this. But now I see ASU is here, WASU is here, NASU is here. This is the way to go. You talk to each other, you collaborate, you make progress. But you cannot live in a compartment or in a silo, and make progress. You have to, I am sure as the politicians will say, now it's very clear for you to form a government in Nigeria, you have to have a handshake across the Niger. Abi? That's what they say. So we also say that to make progress in education, you must have a handshake across with the ministry, with the other unions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The second discussant is no other person but former president of our great union, Comrade Chibuzo Benjamin Asmuga from Federal Polytechnic Oko.
Mr. Chairman, sir, the former chairman of governing councils, Dr. Koko, who did the presentation, distinguished colleagues and comrades, there is actually nothing again to discuss. So I won't take your time. There is nothing we will say here, whether from the lectures or from the discussions, that have not been said before. We've been saying these things from the time I can remember. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Let me say clearly that this is not the first time that this issue of degree awarding status for polytechnics is coming into the roadmap. This is not the first time. I can recall how many dates. In 2002, under Professor Boris Shade Babalola, 2009 under Dr. Sam Egu, in 2010 to 2013 under Professor Rukayat Rufai, the Ministry of Education, Federal Ministry of Education, documented the intention, as a matter of fact, that polytechnics will begin to award degrees. As a matter of fact, under Professor Rukayat, we were supposed to have started awarding degrees in 2014. In the same 2014, under His Excellency Sheikh Harao, who actually came up with an intent really to implement this and set up a committee to address the issue of dichotomy against polytechnic graduates. We arrived at a design we call the dual mode structure, where polytechnics will award ND as a basis for middle level manpower, and then go on to award BTech, not HND, gradually phase out HND. We agreed, and at that point, what happened? MBTE and the NUC began to fight over who will regulate the degree side of the program. And that was where that thing died. So it's not about, there's nothing we have said. I have been part of the ASUP team that developed the document on this advocacy. I made the presentation before Architect Bulama. I did. Engineer, the former ESMBT, led us when the Senate committee called for this same thing. We were under him. He made the presentation on our behalf. So this matter has been there. It's been accepted. This is the way to go. There is nothing else to take away, from the urgency of this matter. In terms of curriculum, in terms of structure, in terms of, qualification of personnel. When we talk about PhDs, it's strange. If we ask doctors in this hall to stand up, more than half of this hall will stand up. We're talking about PhDs as a hindrance. It's not a hindrance anymore. In my academic board in my school, Federal Polytechnic, of about 200 people, chief lecturers, we had more than 170 of them hold PhDs. So what are we talking about? It's not a question of, it's a question of the political will. We need to bail the cat. Who will bail the cat? That's the issue. So, when we make, I thank Dr. Kuko, and he's a problem. He's symptomatic of the problem we face in our system. As competent as he is, I want to beg the ASUP executive, please don't publish the paper that was sent ahead. Let it not be the lecture that will be published. Publish what he has said. Transcribe what he has said. When I read the letter, the paper, I wasn't happy. But he has spoken like somebody who has been there. Without looking at any paper. He has spoken his life. Unfortunately, the next years of MBT will be appointed from the university or from the Polytechnic. And he will be overlooked. And that person will come to begin to learn the ropes. All through this time, we have had Dr. Nuru Yakubu. Every time his name is coming up. And suddenly, development appeared to have stopped where his name was last mentioned. I was going to talk about, I didn't know he brought the curricula prepared for BTech programs since 2010. And today they are still there. The first place I saw them was in the MBT license office. Piled up like this, big documents, piled up. Nobody used them. Nobody agreed to use them. We need the political will. And I want to identify the major challenges. Political will, one, who will bail the cats? The system in Nigeria is such that, I don't know, I won't recommend going outside what is normal. But I will also ask us to look at the idea of going outside what is normal. If I tell you the story of how the Polytechnic Act was passed, you may not be happy, but somehow it's been passed. So we can use the same channels also to see whether we can get this thing to come to implementation. The second challenge we have are what I would describe as meddlesome interlopers. People who have no business in this matter. But because it is the Polytechnic system, they jump in and try to frustrate it. Then there are gatekeepers and empire builders, MDAs around who don't want to hear that polytechnics are awarding degrees. I don't know. They don't want to hear that polytechnics are awarding degrees, as if it will take anything away from their own status. And one of our greatest problem and enemy, I want to say that without fear of anything, is the Federal Ministry of Education. The Federal Ministry of Education has been a big problem to us. If the Federal Ministry of Education had been cooperative, we won't be talking about these matters. I remember when the Polytechnic Act was passed, because the Federal Ministry of Education was acting, and they didn't want it to pass. ASUP had a way and it was passed. And when it came, the serving PAMSEC then was very angry. Very angry. Oh, you have gone to pass a law that will favor you. No, what they want is a polytechnic. Yeah, polytechnics is a system where they ride us roughshod. Everybody wants to push down the polytechnic system. Nobody gives any respect.
the Federal Minister of Education must define its role in regard to polytechnics. As he said, the Federal Minister of Education has taken over the roles of every other person, of the regulatory bodies. They've taken over the role of NCCE, NUCE, and MBTE. They are now dealing directly with the institutions. And MBT is not doing anything. NUC is not doing anything. And so a PAMSEC is appointing registrar for schools outside the law. Having said that, we also have self-inflicted harm, low self-esteem by our own people. Our rectors are not standing up like university vice chancellors. University vice chancellors will come and call ASU and discuss with them. Tell them the areas they cannot present to government. ASU will go and do it. Our rectors are busy playing good boys. With the little resources we have, they are taking to go and play good boy. It's a serious problem and we must face these things. Let me say finally, not finally, but finally, that there is no confusion about the interpretation of higher and middle level manpower. There is no confusion. Higher level manpower means BTech and MTech and PhD. Simple. What are we interpreting again? We know the truth. It's the political will. Let the government in power rise. Let ASUP. This collaboration is there. Let's move forward, get it done. MBT, release our scheme of service. All these politics you are playing. When you want deputy registrars to stay on the same level with chief lecturers, that is what is keeping our scheme of service. Drop it and release it. Conditions of service is all this Nigerian thing that is keeping us down. Let's tell ourselves the truth and move forward. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please, let's put our hands together once more to the former president of ASUP, Comrade Benjamin Chibuzo Asmuga, aka Osikoko. The chairman wants to talk, please.
Yes. Thank you very much for. Actually, one of the comments I was going to make about this middle level and higher level. With all due respect, of course, to my colleague in MBT, I think your position is absolutely right. Because the logic is simple. Before the amendment of the Act, the word either is middle level technical manpower, and that's polytechnics were awarding HND. So when you now have higher level, it must be something above HND. So it's, I think it's really very, very, very clear. And but as I said, what is needed really is synergy. The colleges of education, I must say, also through this roadmap, we have seen an amendment of an act of the colleges of education, where actually, even as it is now, they can interpret that aspect to award degrees, their own degrees, their own, not in affiliation, their own degrees, because it recognizes this dual mode. And by the way, this dual mode was actually one of the minority reports that we submitted during the consolidation exercise during Madam Due process when she was Minister of Education. She came up with this consolidation of tertiary education. And we held a meeting. I remember I chaired the meeting with all the rectors of the polytechnics and MBTE, and we wrote a position, a minority report. And it was simply that, look, what was needed, polytechnics award national diploma. And they allow them to do Bachelor of Technology degree. Then the HND will find its level, really meaning phased out. And because the logic, the argument that was given at the time was what she used to call jam bottleneck. So if you have jam bottleneck means there is so much demand for university level or degree level admission, right? Imagine the neck of a bottle. So when you come, there's a lot of congestion and very few can pass through. Now, if you say you will consolidate, meaning turn the polytechnics and college of education into proximate campuses of universities and then restrict them only to core engineering, which was the intention, then you are actually making the bottleneck worse because you reduce the number of you reduce the enrollment in the polytechnics. You reduce the enrollment in the polytechnics. So we said, what you are saying, it doesn't make sense. If you want to address the bottleneck, then you look at ways to now increase degree awarding. Allow the polytechnics to do. Then you will increase the neck of the bottle as it were, and therefore reduce the congestion. But anyway, that is history. But also, what most people don't know, during late President Eradua, late also Dr. Ajahn Wachku, who was Minister of Education. We did, you're absolutely right, we did a roadmap for him. And he took us, all the executive secretaries and a few others, to the Federal Executive Council when he was making that presentation. Eradua was the president, we were there, he made the presentation. And the president asked if there was any comment. Well, in the presentation, I didn't hear anything about BTech. So I raised my hand. Why? Because I know the late President Eradua, having been a lecturer in Polytechnic, would be sympathetic to what I would say. So I said, Mr. President, in the roadmap, I think there was an oversight because it was also agreed that Polytechnic should be allowed to award Bachelor of Technology. He said, yes, that's a good idea. Turn around. Any objection? Head of service, secretary to the government? No. All right, approved. And there was a Federal Executive Council decision extract in the Ministry of Education on this decision. Implementation. That's where you are talking about. This, I like this, your what? Meddlesome interlopers. There are many of them, oh, I'm telling you, people who you just can't understand. You talk about award of degree. Look, I have a very good friend of mine. He is now a retired professor in a university. We never disagreed. But the moment I mention degree award in polytechnics, all hell will break loose. I'm telling you. I said, what is your problem? So please, let us also try and find out what is it that excites this passion from some university people against polytechnics awarding degrees. Maybe if you can find the answer, you may find a way to get around it. But I am happy to see now that the momentum is gathering. Our junior brother Ghana is already doing it in their polytechnics, and they are doing NDO. They are doing ND. They're not taking from O level. You have to do the diploma. Look, let me tell you also, we have empirical evidence. I mean, I can talk for the rest of the day on this. We have gathered empirical evidence between the graduates of Federal Polytechnic Bida and graduates of Federal University of Technology Mina. As significant for that year, for that period we took, as significant, in fact, the overwhelming majority of graduates who got first and upper second when they got admitted from diploma, Federal Polytechnic Bida, the majority in the engineering who got first and second upper were people with the national diploma. So we said, look, if you need any evidence that somebody who has done the national diploma, they go to do the degree, at least we prove this in engineering, this is the proof. That may be the reason why these meddlesome interlopers are not happy. Because it will certainly make the system much more attractive, because over the same period or maybe an extra year, well, because what we are saying is that do a 2-year national diploma. If you get upper credit or distinction, transit, you get your national diploma and pocket it, then you continue 2 years, get your degree. So at the end of 4 years or 5 years, you have your ND and you have your BTech. And there's nothing wrong, because you've earned them. You've earned them. So find a way to deal with these, your interlopers. Maybe that may be the way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent, and we'll still soon run up these opening ceremonies. We will now take goodwill messages, and let us start with the PAMSEC Federal Ministry of Education. Because of time, we will beg to give only 2 minutes. Thank you.
The chairman, sir, please permit me to start on the existing protocols. Please, I beg your pardon. Let me say 1 or 2 things that was said here, and to correct some impressions you have. And on that impression, one is from the first speaker in respect to appointment of council members. The Act specifically stated that FME should have a representative. Now, there are other external members and those internal members from there. I want to let you know this. Truth is bitter. FME has no hand in appointing or in appointment of external members. External, yes, hear it. This is things we don't know. Architect Waziri is here. Most of them are appointed based on political basis. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say this here. Most of them are politicians. They are being used to compensate them. They come from the upper chambers. They know. That is the truth. Those of them that are technically inclined and those that are not technically inclined come together only to pursue their political interest. I mean the polytechnics. At least that out of the 37 polytechnics, I can close my eyes and tell you the history of 25 federal polytechnics in this country. Hearsay doesn't go too far, but I'm telling you that most of the problems we are having is from those government, as I say, political appointees. Let me be specific. If you go to Federal Polytechnic Soko, the problem they're having now is the outgone chairman. You see? That is the truth. who want to sit on the rector, the principal of, why not allow the rector and the rectors to do their work? We are supervisory ministries. We don't appoint. We allow you to do, but what we do is to guide all the procedures. Please, I wouldn't want to go through details. Then the other thing I want to say, please, take note of this. It does not end up to come here and deliver paper and go. There is a legwork, mouth talk, one-on-one rubbing of minds. Find out how nurses came up to life. It is through the wife of General Gowon, who happens to be a nurse. Interface with these big people you know. Even in the National Assembly, when polytechnic issue comes up, it doesn't end up saying, when you finish the ministry. We follow rules. We have our bounds. We have our limits. There are extents we get to, and we will stop there and allow the federal government to do the rest. So on this note, I want to say, please, even let me tell you, I'm involved in the review of the scheme of service when we have a new director. Your ASUP president is here. I'm in the assembly negotiation, rapid response, and the news assessment with him. They were raising this issue of no release of the scheme of service. I raised the memo, asking the question, where is that scheme? The letter went up and came back and said, okay, you are in charge of getting the scheme. We don't know. When it goes to MBT to head of service, ministry never see it. Finally, I went to meet the then PAMSEC, is it Mr. Omogo also? We wrote. Finally, they gave it to us. When I looked into that scheme of service, I didn't see HNID or NID. They are placed silently as equivalent. What we saw, first degree. And when you say first degree, we know our minds, we know where we are running to. And that's why some of them will come and pick up vacancies made for us in the polytechnics. So we sat down, said, well, if that scheme is, I'm not creating it. What is there is HND, HNID in that category, and the other one, ND and NID. Then the other degrees is equivalent. The other way around. So that most of us here, we run degrees, we run diploma because of IGR, produce stress, all of them go to the university, because of IGR. We're not talking about those things. But what I'm trying to say is that there will be a change. I promise you this. There will be a change. You see, as I'm here, I'm a good listener. And I've noted most of the things you said here. And I will report back. What is on the MPC? Let me tell you, the Polytechnic department is solidly behind MPC. But unknown, you know where you are moving. Be careful, slippery ground. Something from behind can put a leg, you may not know. Polytechnic department, we are solidly behind that. Then the award of the degree, we are not against it. For the aspect of instituting Polytechnic at Sokoto, please, I want to tell you, in my schedule, that Federal Polytechnic Sokoto is under my purview. Very soon it will come. And all those institutions that does not have federal institution, there is a law on that. They will come, even Abuja. It is as a result of our government. You know it, our country. Nigerian factor, you know it, but sooner you will see it, it will come to place. So what I want to say, please, the polytechnic sector, you produce good and skillful workers. We know. See, we know it. Somebody came for NYSC from a university and one from a polytechnic. I raised the memo and gave the one of the university to study and then revert back to me, the polytechnic. Yeah. I put the two together. They compared it. Polytechnic education, what to be. Why Nigeria today is like this is because attention is not being given to federal polytechnics. I want to tell you this.
Thank you very much, sir.
So So we are not running down, not my department running down the polytechnic education. But what I want you to know, take note of this, we have powers. There are things we should do and there are things we don't do. Even those in the union here, they know when they come. The areas where we play our part, we do. And we don't play the part of the other person. But I want to tell you, please, if I want to commend your outgoing smart man, Mr. Anderson knows what is unionism. He's cute, logical, tact, careful. In fact, when we see him, the respect we have for him is the respect we have for ASUP. We don't joke with ASUP. If your letter come my table, today, tomorrow is out. We don't waste time for ASUP letters. And I believe that he would have not performed so good without the support of his executives, those behind him. They work closely, synergy between them. So I want to say, those who are coming now should please do more than he has done. He has not done so well. The ones coming after 24 hours now will be better than him. Amen. That's my prayers.
Thank you.
If you have a son and pray you be bigger than your son, you are going down. But if you pray that your son be bigger than you, that is progress. I pray that we progress. Polytechnic education will continue. Now, another information needs assessment. ASUP have tried. Government have made that money fund available. For the 15 billion we have is infinitesimal. What we shall have now will be fat. My suggestion is that all polytechnics will be captured and let it be yearly so that we will grow. I even overtake the universities. We can do that. If we agree, we can do that. On this note, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to say thank you for inviting us. We appreciate you for making us available. We are your friends. We partner together to achieve our goals. And I pray from today that will be a change.
Amen.
Polytechnics will grow.
Amen.
And we will support you to achieve your aims and mandates.
Amen. Thank you very much. Please let us give the representative of the PAMSEC Education a round of applause. Please, may I appeal to other persons that will be invited for the goodwill message. Please, we don't have time on our side, and we stick to the 2 minutes, please. May I call the registrar of the trade union, the representative of the registrar of the trade union for their goodwill message, while chairman of co-heads will get ready.
Let me start. Solidarity, solidarity, greatest ASUP. The President, sir, please permit me to stand on all courtesies already established here today. Here with me, I have the goodwill message of the Registrar of Trade Unions, Mr. Falonipe Amos-O, on the occasion of the 17th National Delegate Conference of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, holding today at Muhammad Buhari Auditorium, Public Service Institute of Nigeria, Abuja. Comrades, I welcome you all on behalf of the Registrar of Trade Unions, Mr. Falonipe Amos, who is unavoidably absent because of another engagement. I appreciate with great pleasure the opportunity for me to be in your midst as a guest at this August occasion of your 17th National Delegate Conference. I thank God for the successful arrival of every one of us at this venue. I will never undermine the leadership of this great union, and I give kudos to all of you for being active in your, for being active to your statutory obligations as a trade union. We can assure you that the Office of the Registrar of Trade Unions runs an open policy in terms of seeking clarifications, advice, and corrections at any time that you may be in need of it. I commend your union for being alive to its statutory obligations of the rendering of your annual financial returns and audited accounts in line with sections 37 to 42 of Trade Unions Act, Cap T14 of 2004. As we have always reminded the registered unions, the checkup deductions must come from the wages of the union members. And because it's a public fund, it has to be accounted for or remitted to the national body who serves as the umbrella covering the branches. It's important to state that the power of a trade union does not only depend on the size of its followers, but also the strength of its leadership and the reliance on the union's constitution. With regards to the deplorable state of the economy in the country, trade unions should intensify efforts in creation of programs that will continuously generate more funds for the union in order to assist in the repositioning of the union. As you gather for this conference to elect new national officers to run the affairs of your union for the next 2 years, so as to elect credible officers that will have the interest of the union at heart. This election is not for personal enrichment. It is a call to service. So we appreciate if people give attention to debt without thinking of how to enrich themselves. We know you are faced with enormous responsibilities and problems in a bid to protect the interest of your members. We commend you for your relentless effort in tackling these problems and urge you to keep it up. Finally, I urge you to acquaint yourselves with the provisions of the labor laws of the Federation of Nigeria, as the Office of the Registrar of Trade Unions is always available to assist whenever you need these services. I wish you all a fruitful conference.
Thank you very much. We call on the chairman of COHET. Please, let me appeal to our delegates. This event is not over. We should please give us attention. Please give us attention here. The chairman of the occasion, my former boss, and our former boss, Engineer Dr. Nuri Yakubu, former Executive Secretary, MBTE, and my current boss, the Executive Secretary, MBTE, Professor Idris Bugaji, ably represented by my good friend, Dr. Musa Koko. Please, sir, permit me to stand on the established protocol. Distinguished comrades, I give salutation. I bring salutations to you from Council of Heads of Polytechnic and Colleges of Technology in Nigeria. But please, sir, let me recognize my chapter chairman, Comrade Abdul Fattah Mashasha, and his team for always being in front of these union activities. Sir, a lot has been said here, but I would like to reiterate some of the points presented by Dr. Koko, your humble self, and some of the presenters, that a lot has been said earlier on, but still we are where we are. So I didn't believe on that. We are at least one step ahead from where we were before. Before, there was a lot of conflict of interest from ASUP, MBTE, and other stakeholders. And I believe this gathering has confirmed to us that we are now coming on the same umbrella to fight for a cause that is affecting all of us. So it's no longer what it was before. MBT has acknowledged a lot of loopholes
and sub-action and inaction from their own side. The ministries also acknowledge that, and so also the co-heads. If you remember before, there was a lot of conflict of interest whenever you talk of union, and the management will all have the thinking of rivalism. I would like to commend the outgoing escorts under the leadership of Comrade Anderson. We met with him several times on some of the issues, and I believe the sensitization and sanitization of the processes really helping us to move forward. And I will look forward to continue, and COHET is looking forward to continue with this collaboration with the new incoming members so that we can be able to fight this cause, because if we cannot do it, nobody will do it for us. It is the Polytechnic, we are the Polytechnic, and we must make sure that the Polytechnic sector is being recognized and placed where it deserved. Also, I want to reiterate that, sir, Polytechnic graduates are among the best graduates in the nation. I will say that because I am a Polytechnic graduate, sir. I had my PhD in Kassina, Hassan Usman Kassina Polytechnic, and a diploma. And from there, I get a straight master's degree at the University of Greenwich in London. Do you know why, sir? And I compete with the university graduate during a scholarship program under PTDF. One person was selected from my state, and it was me, sir. So it's the Polytechnic graduates are not left behind. It's only that the nation needs to recognize that we are among the best. I finished my master's with first-class degree, and then I was given another scholarship for PhD, sir. 3 months after, I was given an appointment as the part-time lecturer at the University of Brighton while I was doing my PhD. Till 2017, when I was appointed as the rector of the institute where I am. When I was appointed, I was the youngest rector in Nigeria, and currently I'm the head of Council of Heads of Polytechnic in this country, a product of Polytechnic. Can't you be proud of that, sir? So we are good. There are far, far better good candidates than me out there, sir. All we need to do, let's put our heads together, and I believe this is a forum. It started, we shouldn't allow you to answer. We fight for our cause, we speak. We shouldn't be left behind. We are the best. Thank you very much.
We invite. Okay, sorry. I must share this story. Sorry, you know, I said this administration has turned me into a storyteller. You know, but it's very important to share this experience because it just reminded me. When I was the director of College of Engineering, Kaduna Polytechnic, we were struggling with the situation that has been described here. That in those days, people in the Polytechnic system who went to do PhDs and so on, they would return and they felt they had outgrown the system. So that they will japa, they will go. Right? They will japa the Polytechnic sector. So I decided to do an experiment of what I call catch them young. I had the opportunity because I was the director not like you have. Kaduna Polytechnic it operates a collegiate system. So as a director, I was director of a school, of a college. It has 2 schools, and each school was headed by a dean, and there are departments. So if you like a mini rector in the Polytechnic. So I had a lot of leverage. Now, we instituted an experiment. We said in the catchment area then that the best students in any program in engineering at ND, we would automatically give them employment. We employ them as technicians, ND. We now offer them, after 1 year, offer them admission to read HND in the same polytechnic. They went. And some of them in electrical engineering, we had already started the post-HND at that time. We encouraged them to go. Others went to do further studies. As I recall, we were able to do this for 3 years, and therefore we got like 40 or so such participants in the experiment. Today, as I talk to you, I can read out names from my phone because I tried to see, I made an inquiry, where are these people now? We are tracing them. You cannot believe. At least 3 of them are university professors today. Another half a dozen or so, they have done their PhDs. In fact, this morning, I received a text from one of them, who is a professor of communications in ABU. But by 1993, he was just a graduate, a national diploma graduate. So these things are doable. Even if you are waiting for government to do policy within your own control, you can also change the narrative and really replicate his story. It was his story that reminded me about this. So please, let us not be discouraged. With determination, we will eventually get there. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I invite the representative of the president of ASUP for the goodwill message.
The chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. ASUP stands in solidarity with ASUP and the comrade president, Emmanuel Sodoki, affirmed his willingness to act in support of ASUP to get a better and affordable education in this country. We all recall that the historic struggle of both unions in tertiary institutions today rely heavily on the non-implementation of agreement duly signed by all the unions. And you know, when one wonder, you come to this kind of occasion, you will hear so many speeches that you will discover at the end of the day, if you don't take time, get you more confused than ever. Comrades, I think one of the things we need to take away here today is from the guest speaker, who presented a beautiful paper and talked to the paper. But I want the ASUP, and again, with the representative from Ministry of Education, ASUP, please get a committee in place right away here to have a tracking mechanism of what they've told us, so that next 2 years we are meeting like this, we should be able to know the progress where we are from all the lamentation we have so far had. Comrade, we sincerely send our solidarity message to ASUP, and we thank you very much for giving us also the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. May I invite Kwasu, President Kwasu.
Great ASUP. Mr. Chairman, please may I stand on the already established protocol. I am standing here representing the president of KWASU, Dr. Smart Olubeko, who is unavoidably absent. ASUP have been our brothers in the struggle we are twins. The team of this NDC represent us, existential crisis and the identity issues. Both of us are having the same problem. And you can see, I don't know polytechnics, but every day you wake up, you are likely going to see a college of education being converted to a university. And we are threatened. And any species that is threatened is likely going to go into extinction. This is what is happening with us. But thank God, the unions have been struggling together. What I want us to do is to have a common interest that will work together. Common interests, for example, the Comcast table, which was given to us in 2010. Till today, I have not seen any salary increase from 2010 till date. It's the same table you get. The increase you receive is because you are promoted. Small money comes in, and we are still struggling on that. This is common interest that we will have to work together. In the College of Education subsector, all the unions work together. Because when we now notice the issue of identity and existential crisis, we came together and look at the act. We took the act, review it as unions, and sponsored it. We spent money. We also went spiritual. Yes, we did. Over the years, since the coming of Buhari, the first tenure, the bill went into the National Assembly and disappeared. The second tenure, we followed it. Up till the day Buhari was to leave on a Tuesday, the bill on Friday was not assented to. We still went spiritual to pray because we have done all other things that we are supposed to do. Behold, on the 12th of June, 2003, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assented to the bill and it became an act. Why I am saying this? We are having common interests of existence. Some people somewhere, somehow, don't want to hear the name of colleges of education or polytechnics. I think one of the speakers told us, if something comes up on college of education and polytechnics, they will throw it away. The needs assessment document, sorry sir, is as fat as this. We went to Ministry of Education in a meeting. They could not produce this document. As fat as this. Sir, we are saying so, you should know. Ministry of Education is giving us problem. We have to bring our own for them to photocopy. Yes, it's the crisis we are having in that ministry. But what is just, I want to tell you what the bills, the act now, which has been gazetted, it has given us the autonomy to award degree, not in affiliation. Why? We confronted them with statistics. For instance, FC Zaria have 287 PhD holders, 388 master's degrees holders. But a college of education somewhere with 31 PhD holders was converted to a university. No staff was added to that college of education and they are awarding degree. So what are we saying? All the affiliation we are doing with universities, the award of the degree is for them to just give us the paper. We use our resources, both human and material. At the AME College of Education, Alban, Zaria have been awarding degrees for almost 40 years. They have produced professors. So we are saying we should work together and fight a common cause. On February 1999, the federal government commissioned a committee headed by Yabani to see the modalities for mounting degrees in polytechnics and colleges of education. 1999. And they wrote the report. I want to take their final statement. They said the colleges of education and polytechnic in Nigeria have matured enough to run higher degrees or to run higher level of academic activities. 1999. But we fight that and people don't want us to go there. Dangote, for example, will go to China and bring 500 welders. Welder. Haba. I want to say something at the end. I want to borrow a leaf from the Executive Secretary, MBT, Professor Bugaji. He always says this at the end of his presentation: skills, not certificate. That's what we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kwasu. The President Sanip.
Mr. Chairman, sir, please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. I am standing in for my president. I am most delighted to address this distinguished gathering of comrades, academicians, intellectuals on the occasion of this 17th National Delegate Conference of the Academic Staff Union of the Polytechnic. It gladdens my heart to be part of this eco event, making ceremony which will usher in new vibrant executive that will pilot the affairs of this great union in the next 2 years. You will no doubt agree with me that today's events make yet another milestone in the history of this great union, ASUP. It is on this note that I, on behalf of the President of Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnic, Comrade Barrister Phillips Adebanjo Ogushikpe, felicitate with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I indeed count it so imperative to show deep appreciation to the outgoing ASUP National President, Comrade Anderson, who knows how to shake hand at every level. Great ASUP, for his doggedness, resilience, perseverance, cooperation, selfless service, purpose-driving administration style that has in no small measure contributed to the achievement of better staff welfare and growth of polytechnic sector. Your support and cooperation with our union was like ointment that lubricates our collective desire to forge ahead in the struggle. You have actually demonstrated that your union stands for IE to protect, defend, promote the rights and well-being of your members. I therefore wish to enjoy the incoming administration to hold this tenet jealously in the interest of your members and the Polytechnic, and be rest assured of sandy cooperation in collective struggle at any particular point in time. I am optimistic that the new administration shall also open a new vista of cordial and harmonious relationship with the leadership of our union, SANI, so as to collectively confront the problems militating against rapid growth of our system, amongst which are arbitrary appointment of unqualified persons as principal officers of polytechnics. I can cite one example where just a clerk, account clerk of a local government, was appointed to be a bursar of a polytechnic in this country. It's a slap on us. Delay in the release of new scheme of service for the polytechnic sector. Delay in the signing of bill of the abrogation of dichotomy between BSc and HND graduates. Insincerity on the part of governments as regards renegotiation of
2009 and 2010 federal government union agreements, non-payment of contingency 15 arrears to staff of lower cadres, non-release of outstanding promotion arrears, non-implementation of 2023 new salary increments for staff of tertiary institutions, non-creation of polytechnic commission, poor funding of the polytechnic sector, non-payment of salary by some state polytechnic, owing them up to 24 months. Greatest ASUP. Greatest APU. Refusal to respect court orders in issues affecting the polytechnic, amongst others. Thus, concrete synergy has therefore become inevitable as to move the polytechnic sector forward. Fellow comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed imperative to charge us all to be more determined and always also not relent on our efforts at ensuring that staff welfare are intensively improved upon and sustained, because this is one of the oaths that we all sworn for. On behalf of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnic, permit me to once again use this golden opportunity to assure your union of our unflinching support in this regards, so that togetherness our polytechnic will be better off. Fellow comrades, as you go into the proper activities and events of the day, I want to, on behalf of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnic, heartily wish you, your great union, all the best and successful of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sani. Finally, may I invite President Sukwan.
Mr. Chairman, sir, it is often said that he who laughs last laughs best. So permit me to present my 2 minutes goodwill message. I stand on behalf of the National Executive Council of the Senior Staff Union in Colleges of Education Nigeria, SUCON, to congratulate the leadership and the delegates of ASUP on this 17th National Delegate Conference of this union. For us in SUCON, we will always identify with you in robust synergy and collaboration towards the emancipation of the tertiary education subsector, and to continue to be the voice to the voiceless students we train, as well as their parents. The team is quite apt. It couldn't have come at a better time like this. If not for the 2 minutes I had, I would have also differed a little with the position of the chairman and align with the position of the president. But for want of time, Mr. Chairman, I won't be able to do that. Comrades, polytechnics and polytechnic education in this country is the pivot and pillar of technological development. And so I want to differ with my brother, the MC, who said that ASUP is one of the fastest growing unions in labor parlance in Nigeria. I disagree with him and say ASUP is actually one of the best performing unions in Nigeria. I say this because I have monitored the activities of ASUP from late Comrade Kabir to my brother, elder brother, Asumoga, to my friend and brother, Ute, up to my brother, Anderson. And I have noted with satisfaction the way and manner you have handled your issues. I therefore want to commend the leadership of ASUP for instituting that lecture series in honor of my elder brother. We are from the same village, if you don't know. Kabiru is from the same village with me. I attended the same university with him. We slept in the same room throughout the 4 years of our education in the University of Maiduguri. And so I want to commend you, sir, for that. The person of your outgoing president is one man who is dogged, frank, and speaks to powers that be. It is my sincere prayer that while I miss his wealth of experience, I will continue to confer with him like I've been conferring with Dutse, Asumoga, and the rest, to be able to succeed also in my leadership. The synergy we have had with you people is truly paying off, like Wasu President have rightly pointed out. One of it that I want to commend him on is the issue of the recent 40% IGR that government wanted to rob. And end successfully. While I commend all delegates, I want to specially commend delegates from Zone T, the President's Zone, for the unique appearance you showed in support of my brother here. I hope that at the end of this NDC, we will be able to come up with far-reaching resolutions and to also elect new officers that will pilot the affairs of ASUP, while I register on behalf of my NEC our unalloyed support, commitment, and synergy with the incoming leadership of ASUP. Congratulations to all of us, please.
Thank you very much for your very careful encomiums on ASUP. We are grateful. Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have spent a lot of time and we are now on item number 13, which will also mark. Okay, Mr. Chairman. May I allow the PAMSEC at the permission of the chairman to respond?
Please, standing on the existing protocol, I want to welcome all of you that have spent your time to be here. The essence of driving down this man of great wealth of experience is to look at how far we've gone, how we've done, and forge a way forward. We are not here to criticize or condemn or undermine each other. I want to assure you that the ministry will give you the maximum cooperation. I assure you this. And I want to assure you that all we have said here, please end here. Don't go and say what we did not say or promise what we did not promise. What we are telling you here is that we are looking for a way forward to promote the affairs of the polytechnic sector. On this note, I want to say that when I go, all the points you have raised, I will ensure I convey them to the Honorable Minister for action, including the MPC, appointment of rectors, release of the scheme of service, not the countries 15 and others. I will raise a memo and point these things out to them so that actions will be taken. Thank you so much. I wish you a successful deliberation.
Thank you very much. May I invite the Vice President of ASUP, Comrade Bate, to come over to the microphone for vote of thanks.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Chairman of the occasion, the representative of ES, representative of the PAMSEC, Federal Ministry of Education, our amiable chairman of councils, the chairman of co-heads, our fellow comrades. My assignment is simple, just to say thank you for coming. We thank you for taking your time to be here with us. We thank you for the discussions we've had, and we wish you journey masses back to your various destinations. Another prayer I want to add is this, is that we have had beautiful presentations and discussions about the myriad of challenges in our sector. It's my humble prayer that by the time we'll be gathering for the 18th NDC, all these challenges would have been overcome. On this note, I wish all of us, including the delegates, happy deliberations and safe journeys back to our various destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President, for the vote of thanks. Mr. Chairman, sir, this event is coming to an end, and I don't know whether you will have a closing remark before we take the Solidarity Anthem. If there is no closing remark from the chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite all of us to be in standing position. Let us all be in standing position when we take the Solidarity Anthem to mark the close of these opening ceremonies. After 2, 1, 2, start.
When the union's inspiration through the record much around, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the people's rightful one? But the union makes us strong. Strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving in the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. They have taken on
Solidarity, Aluta, Victoria, forward, backward. In the struggle for our members, there is victory for us. There is victory for us. There is Please let's give 3 fundamental outstanding bossa for ourselves. All the participants here, you need to be blessed. 3 bossa. 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 God bless you. There will be photograph with the members of the high table. It is already a break session. We have 30 minutes to go and refresh, pray, eat, and return for business session immediately. We have to do a lot today to be able to exhaust our agenda tomorrow. Please, photographs we are coming back for business session, please.